My lovely, 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 lovely imps. Yeah, I know, you heard the Windows sound. Listen, Windows is hard to control, and sometimes it sends you a notification that you didn't even know existed, and you have everything turned off except for some random thing. What? The fuck am I supposed to do about that? Token Brazilian, what am I supposed to do about that? Aska, Ugly Pie, Awaken Water, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Uncle Gumball, Fought Knight, Sentient Rat, JS Masochist, AS Ada Stardust, Baphomet, Winbee, Calliope, the one and only, Polymath, Grouchy Ash, Kitty Tick, Mycena, Polaire, Diamond King Ether, Louie Boy, Danny Fallen, the legend, Danny Fallen, Pedanticon, Possum, Mika Meow, Sia Deathful, Moofy, Shrazly, Proud Platypus Bubblegoon, Raised by Field Mice Neurodia, Cookie. Who are all these names? Many of them. Emu Anon 34, Girl with a Guitar, Comrade Girl 2018, Hellhound, great to see you. Hope you've been well, Hellhound. Nasty, Redacted, the Artist Supreme. Delance, Sentient Rat, Default X Cleaver 120, Joey Ravioli. Gaming Blows, Floofy Momo. My goodness, we have a lot of people here tonight. That's wonderful. That's encouraging. I was sure that the delay would make people tune out, but you know, I shouldn't be so paranoid. You guys are pretty good about that, honestly. My hair got all messed up out in the rain. I'll talk about it in a second, I guess. Memagician. From the YouTube chat, we have Rionach, Love of Lyrics, System Maddox, Zevran, Leanne Scott, Paul M. Yokai, Gotha, Leith, Moon Unit, Al the Healer, Rion, Ethan M., Mr. Hair Guy, Timid Frog, Another Bored Person, Monsters, Ratboy Genius, David Wooden, Lorient, Goofer, Falmer Flamingo, Yuri, Riffs No Leads, Melkor, In the Void, Bingo Bongus, Yuri, if I didn't already say it, Chauncey Daft, LH Fruit, Marina, Ryan, Phoenix, Kureem, Chai T-Rex, Hugh William, Joe Tazuna, and of course, real quick, thank you, Ruby Moonlight, for the incredibly generous $20 super chat. Going to bed now. Can't wait to watch the stream tomorrow. Glad the power came back. Me too. Our power was out for multiple hours. I actually woke up this morning and the internet was out, and then it started to rain even harder, and the power went out. So I went out and got a cheeseburger while we waited for the power to come back, and it was a great cheeseburger. It was a wonderful cheeseburger, in fact. Not an android. I think we named everybody. What a wonderful day. Good to see everybody. Even with the power outages, still a wonderful day. I'm always happy when I get to have a cheeseburger with people that I love. And I got to have a cheeseburger today with people that I love. Anna Arisian with the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. Thank you so much. I want a cyan name. I'm going to be job hunting for the next hour. Wish me luck. Not only do I wish you luck, I order you success, which I know you will have. I know job hunting can be hard, but the fact that you're doing it now shows that you've taken the first step, which is a good sign. I can't wait to watch DramaMama tear James apart again. How do you know that I'm gonna tear James Somerton apart, huh? How do you know that I'm gonna tear him apart? This might change everything. It's a cinematic reboot. A cinematic reboot of the soft universe. It's reloaded, retrunched, recrungened, reintroduced. You know, I workshopped like 8 different names for this stream until I got this one. James Somerton, The Squeakquel Repologized cinematic universe soft reboot. I did consider Replagiarized, but it didn't have the same ring as Repology. You know, Repology just, there's something magical about Repology, okay? We have a lot to do tonight, actually, but I have to keep it short because we ran late and I need to get sleep. Yeah, so, oh my goodness. It's been, I don't even remember. What is it, Wednesday? It's fucking Wednesday. God, time has been like a blur recently. It's been like a mess. Oh, that's gonna be them. Okay, they're telling me this power's back now. Nice, thank you. Sorry, my phone is ringing at me and it's actually the power company calling to tell me, hey, we restored your power, which is always nice. Sleep is for chums. I think you mean chumps, but I don't think so. It won't be quick, like as in 2 hours. I'm talking, I'm gonna try and keep it around the 5-hour mark, which means we gotta work quick. Which means we're gonna take a shorter time in the warm-up segment today and we're gonna jump right into the content, which also means I'm gonna need you all to give me as many likes as possible. Give me those likes. Give me your delicious likes. Better for the potato, thank you very, very much. Had to renew my piss name. Love you, Demon Mama. Your streams and VODs make my night shifts bearable. Happy. In fact, pleased to be of service. Think Souls will get squeezed in today? Well, I have my controller, so I'm hoping that we can get Dark Souls 2, because I really miss playing Dark Souls 2. I have not been playing any Dark Souls 2, even on my side character, because I want to make sure I'm playing it fresh with you all. I just want you to know how much self-control it's taken to not play Dark Souls 2 when I've been having fun with Dark Souls 2, because I want to play with you all on stream. You know what a sacrifice that is? To sacrifice my personal life for your entertainment? It's difficult, okay? In the meantime, I've been, you know, adding a soothing balm to my injuries, which hasn't soothed very much at all, by playing Lies of P. Has anybody played Lies of P? And not Lies of P. Ingwen, like the good one. I'm talking about the shitty knockoff that's about a Pinocchio or something like that. You know, it's not like Lies of P. Ingwen. No, but honestly, I've been having an all right time with Lies of P. Lies of P, I have a lot to say about it, and I'll do a full review when I've finished the game, because I'm definitely going to finish the game, which is a good sign. And I definitely think that I'm willing to praise Lies of P more than I praised its immediate competitor, Lords of the Fallen, which was another Souls-like that came out at the time. There's definitely some good stuff going on in Lies of P, but if I'm completely honest, it does not scratch the Souls itch, not even close. And there's a couple of reasons for that, which I'll go into in full detail when I do my review. But the basic rundown is that I feel like the progression is more like a God of War game, like an old school God of War, or maybe a Devil May Cry game. And the progression of a Souls game is something that I find very soothing, like, and it's like, it's like savory. I love it. I love the way that Souls game progression feels. And it just doesn't have that. And also, of course, the writing is not. It's just not. And it makes a lot of homage to Souls games, specifically Bloodborne and Sekiro. But Bloodborne, it is not. In fact, its entire storyline is like almost a beat for beat copy of the storyline of Bloodborne, but just executed worse. there's certain areas where you're like, oh, they must have had to just use a thesaurus to come up with a different name, because like you awaken and you immediately learn about a workshop for stalkers, not hunters. It's called the Stalkers Workshop, and it's a workshop where they develop special puppet hunting weapons, you know, to hunt down the puppets. But look, it's not the same, okay? It's like the McDonald's we have at home type thing going on, okay? But I don't hate it. I don't want to sound like a hater. I just have my critiques of it. All of this was to say that I've been really awesome, and you guys should praise me and thank me and love me for the fact that I'm not playing Dark Souls 2 so that I can have a more authentic on-stream experience of playing through the zones that I've never seen before. A fresh Dark Souls 2 experience for you all. Because as I mentioned last stream, there is now not a single, like from here on out, any further that we get into Dark Souls 2 is zones that I have never played ever. I've never done them. With the exception of Huntsman's Copse, which I have done, but that one is like an earlier zone that we just haven't done yet. But all of the other zones that are in there are fresh, and you guys will get to watch that with me if you stick around for the Dark Souls 2 segments, which you should because they're awesome and we always have a really good time with them. They're amazing. Spiral Shock with the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Spiral Shock says, been having some serious insomnia, so I'm glad to catch you live. I love watching all your stuff when I work. Hell yeah, thank you so much. You're welcome and happy to be of service. Would you do this water recipe? What is this? Yes. Yes, I will do the water recipe. I've heard people talking about this, and also I have another announcement to make, which you all are going to be fans of, okay? After we do James Somerton, we actually have a very, very special episode of Cooking Mama to do. And I mean very special, because as you all know, we await the final word on whether or not Holy Mackerel will return. In fact, we can check right now. Let's see, have they posted new Holy Mackerel episodes? Let's see. Let's find out. No, there are no new episodes of Holy Mackerel yet. So, as we have not received any new Holy Mackerel, and we might never receive new Holy Mackerel, it is only appropriate that I become the mackerel. And tonight, I will be delivering you something very special, which is a rare find, okay? Thanks to Grime Dango, the one and only Grime Dango who found this for me. But we discovered an amazing Cooking Mama episode, a Catholic review of fish sandwiches. And I've been told it's magical. So we'll be doing that together after the James Somerton stuff for the Cooking Mama segment. I wonder if anybody here saw my BluSky drama. Of course they fucking didn't, because BluSky is a hellhole. Alexi with the $5 says, when to pick up around the local watershed. Who said that chatters don't touch grass? Yo, that's awesome! Whoa, that's beautiful. Look at this picture. Wow. That is a beautiful photo. Oh my God. That's incredible. Breathtaking. It's absolutely worth it. What do you think of LGBT plus pals, which are like LGBT+ Pokemon? Seems cool to me. Seems cool to me. BluSky is not as bad as Twitter, but it's way more lefty clique stuff. It's really weird. I find BluSky absolutely insufferable. It's like a misery pit. And you're right. Well, I don't know. I think it depends on what you mean by it's not as bad as Twitter. There's definitely less overt hate on BluSky than there is on Twitter, but there's no more happiness to be found. Basically, what happened with BluSky was that for the first like 3 weeks, it was fine. And then since then, it's just become like a Ouroboros of all of the people who are most miserable on Twitter, who thought that just switching a website and none of their behaviors would instantly save them. And so they all went to the new website with renewed fervor and immediately recreated the cycle. See, BluSky is like relinking the flame in Dark Souls. Really, it is. It's like, you know, you're like, yes, we're going to usher in a new age of fire. Yes, 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 queen, new age of fire. And then everybody wakes up and they're like, oh shit, I'm even more undead than I was before. I'm even more tired than I was before. Oh shit. JS Masochist says, have you been able to get in contact about getting rights to the Holy Mac character? I am waiting. I am waiting to see if they release a season of Holy Mac for this year. If they don't, then I will message them. If they do, then I will not message them. And the reason is that I do not want to tamper with the Holy Mac ecosystem if it is not done for. If they're still going to make more Holy Macs, I want to just continue to watch Holy Mac together. And we can celebrate a new season and see what they have coming. If not, then I would like to try and preserve Holy Mackerel. But there's no need to preserve it if the original creators are still working on it. So we're waiting. We're waiting and waiting to see. So. Is Lent over yet, or do we still have hope? I believe Lent is still going until March. Let me see. Let me just double check. Yeah, March. It's all the way until March 28th. So we should know by the end of next month whether or not it's toast. But DramaMama, the church militant is slowly crumbling on itself. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I know how to contact the creator of Holy Mackerel. So I'll reach out. If it collapses, it collapses. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. You know, Church Militant is not doing so hot right now, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to put out new Holy Mackerel. Like, if somebody's still keeping the lights on over there, then we might get organic Holy Mackerel, and that'd be great. If I decide to ask them about preserving Holy Mackerel, I would need time to spin up new episodes anyway, because I want to write as genuine and truthful to the spirit of Holy Mackerel as possible. But that's going to take some work. So we'll wait and we'll see. We do still have hope, but we got a little bit of time. Can we get George Soros to secretly fund Holy Mac forever? I would love that, but I don't think so. But anyway, in the meantime, I have a treat for you. Like I said, tonight I'll be doing a special Holy Mackerel flavored Cooking Mama episode with you all. Would Chariot help you write? I would invite Chariot to help me write. Yes, because Chariot is Catholic, or isn't Catholic currently, but was raised Catholic. So Chariot, that's offensive to say that Chariot's still Catholic, because Chariot is an atheist. But Chariot has a Catholic history and understands Catholic canon and Catholic culture better than I do. I grew up in a Protestant cult, so different backgrounds. If you get to continue Holy Mac, I hope to God it isn't another Talos scam. What do you think? What the fuck? What the fuck do you think of me? I'm not gonna do a Kickstarter, you freaks. What are you talking about? I have never even done a quick Kickstarter. I have never done any e-begging or anything. Oh my God. No kindness, comparing me already to the squeakster, the sniffster himself. My goodness. Rude. Now I am gonna scam you. I already am a titty streamer. Did you see my boob window when I was on Deep Fat Fried? That was some good stuff. Okay, tonight I'm very chaste. Okay, I'm very... I wonder, wait, I forget how the chord progression for that goes. James might have privated his second apology. Oh, please say he did. Please say he did. Yes. Yes. Oh, please say he did. Because guess what? Uh-oh. No, he's still got it up. He's still got it up. Don't worry. We're good. We're clear. We're clear. We're all good. We're all good. He's got it. We're clear. It's still here. Don't worry. We'll get to that. Furcifer with the incredibly generous, oh my God, listen to this. Furcifer has been a member on YouTube for 34 months. Holy shit, Furcifer. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Furcifer. Oh my God. Of course, and also, of course we have it backed up. Yes, I did. We might talk about that, Louis boy. That sounds funny. Benner for the potato with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. White name genocide. Take them out. Take out those white names. Take them down. Take them down. They're like goblins. Goblins crawling all over chat. I already have it downloaded. Don't worry. You realize that my reaction to the James Somerton apology was one of the only ones in this space because we had a backup of it. Shout out to Danny Fallon, our lovely editor. We always do it. That's actually a ridiculously good Alex Jones impression. You'd be amazed what I could do when I get in the mood, okay? Sometimes I need a little bit of water for, excuse me, excuse me. Sorry, I lost control of myself there just a little bit. The goblins, you see, they're crawling out from the Democratic Party elites, and they want you to believe in demons. Demons. Demons like DramaMama. That sounds like Beetlejuice to me. Huh? Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice is more squeakier. Marina! Thank you so much for the super sticker of worth $10. Thank you so much, Marina. Oh, thank you all for supporting me. It actually means a lot. Well, it's a magical power, verbose Penny, you see? Not everyone has one either. So I do this kind of shit all the time. But before I started streaming, it got over time, because I was doing consistent voice training, it got harder and harder for me to go into my lower register. Just because I was so used to consistently voice training. But being a streamer, I like to do lots of funny things. So I've retrained myself to be able to go, you know, across the spectrum. So I have a considerably more vocal range than most people. Oh, that's good, Sirius. I'm happy. Two Guys Talking History, thank you so much for the 5 gifted YouTube memberships. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. What was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I started watching Twin Peaks. So I really love David Lynch. I've seen a ton of David Lynch's films, and he's one of my favorite filmmakers, but I have never gotten around to seeing Twin Peaks. But I am now watching Twin Peaks, and it's amazing. I knew I was gonna love it when I finally got around to watching it, but, you know, TV shows are, especially, you know, TV shows that have hour-long episodes, are a pretty big commitment. So I tend to be pretty reluctant to start new TV shows. But, hey. Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Evie the Purple. It's pretty spooky, right? Anyway, I've been really enjoying Twin Peaks. I'm sure I'll talk about it. I'm sure I'll talk about it once I'm done with it. But I just wanted to say that I've really been enjoying Twin Peaks. Yeah, everybody mentions the season 2, like, later season fall off. And that's just because David Lynch left the project for a while. Which is like, you can't just, David Lynch is the type of person who makes stuff that other people can't just pick up on. He's like one of the most, he has one of the most distinct styles of any director, you know? So people, nobody can just pick up and continue what he's working on. He also has a very, his approach to writing is very strange. And most other writers can't replicate it because it's completely unique. Yeah. Oh, Trailer Park Boys is great, Polaire. You're really going to enjoy that. Trailer Park Boys is really funny. I keep thinking about the clip where he says, Eraserhead was my most spiritual film, and then refuses to elaborate. Oh yeah, legendary moment. No. You should go over to the falls, Mama. Oh, I've been to Snoqualmie multiple times. Although I've never gone intentionally sought out the Twin Peaks locations. I've just been through there many times. Chauncey Daff says, I will never get real. Get real. You think you can watch a movie on your goddamn telephone? Get real. Amazing. Legendary moment. Did you hear about, there was a post from some, God, where was it? It was, what website posted this blog post? There was a blog post talking about how during the creation of Game of Thrones, the producer, like the upper level funders, I think it was at AT&T, who were part of the bankrolling process of the film, because they were working with HBO, and they were pressuring the creators of Game of Thrones to shoot the episodes vertically so that they could be watched on your phone, which is just, there's so many levels of wrongness to that idea. It just becomes hilarious. Like, the idea that you're gonna have, like, I was laughing because I'm just like, the idea of having like a bunch of characters all standing behind each other, and every time you want to have one of them talk, you have to have somebody step to the left or step to the right to reveal another character hidden behind them. Actually incredible. Actually amazing. I love that idea, actually. It's super, super deep. Paige Punkcorp says, Demon Mama, do you like Lynch's Dune? Yes, I like David Lynch's Dune, even though David Lynch hates Lynch's Dune. I really, in fact, David Lynch's Dune was my primary contact point with Dune for most of my life. I watched it as a kid, and it scared the shit out of me, and I really liked it and found it fascinating. And that was where I started to be interested in Dune-related stuff, was because of the Lynch Dune. But yeah. Awakened Water says, I have never seen the Twin Peaks nor The Sopranos. Both are really good so far. It's you know, it's easy. It's easy to miss big famous shows. You know, there's people out there who haven't seen Breaking Bad, for example, and that's like a genuinely legendary television show. Sirius says, I don't understand doing that, referring to shooting video vertically. Like, you can watch widescreen on your phone already. Why does it need to be vertical for phones? It doesn't. You have to be an idiot to think that. It has to be like your only frame of reference for media is watching, like, boomer watching TikTok or boomer watching YouTube videos while holding your phone like this. Even if you wanted to make a movie specifically to be watched on phone, which is foolish for multiple reasons, okay? It's a foolish concept. But even if you did, you wouldn't need to shoot it vertically, because you're just limiting yourself in a bad way. And everybody knows that if you're gonna watch something with that's widescreen, you just flip your goddamn phone. I'll be honest, I've never seen most of these shows. I have not seen any of the shows that you're talking about. You should consider it, unironically. I know that people give out, I know that lots of people give out media recommendations all the time, but The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, Twin Peaks, these are some of the most pivotal shows in the history of television. So they're like, if you're gonna watch TV shows, these are some of the ones that you want to consider. You know, they're like groundbreaking. They changed television forever. So. It's definitely worth it. Jupiter Siren with the $5 super chat. Your first super chat ever. My goodness, thank you so much. You know, it's such an honor to be the recipient of so many people's first super chat ever. Do you know how good that makes me feel? Thank you so much. Seriously, Jupiter Siren. Jupiter Siren says, I'm so happy to finally catch you live. Have you ever seen the show Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? No, but that sounds familiar. I'll have to look into that. I've heard about this. Oh, it's made by Richard Ayoade. And Graham Linehan. Not made by him, but it's featuring him. That's really funny. I bet it's good. I bet it's good. I'll keep that in mind. I really did like I really did like the IT Crowd. Like the IT Crowd is like great. It's a great show. Just made by a person who has completely lost their mind. You know, which happens, you know. It happens sometimes. I've also heard that The Wire is a show that I need to watch. I have that on my watch list. The Wire, I've heard, is really, really, really good. So I'm sure I'll be watching that in the future too. Chariot, finally another Demon Mama stream, an island of chill in an insane void. My goodness, thank you so much. I watched your most recent stream and really, really enjoyed it. So, you know, same goes to you. That's how I feel about your streams. Thank you for being here, Chariot. Extremely happy to have you here. Tooth99 says, Demon Mama, you should really check out what's happening with P. Diddy right now. A lot of stuff is coming out about him and another rapper doing some really wild shit, and I haven't seen anyone talk about it on the online left. I will look into that. Thank you. I'm gonna put a note. I'm actually gonna put that in my own content recommendations area. That's a good idea. I haven't heard about that yet. That's a good idea. Sirius says, you mentioned Lynch's Dune was your only contact with Dune. Have you since had more contact? I.e., have you read any of the books? Yeah, I'm currently reading through Dune right now. I've played a whole bunch of the video games, and I've watched the newest movies, and of course I familiarize. I haven't actually seen the documentary of Jodorowsky's Dune, but I have like looked into and read about Jodorowsky's Dune over the years. So yeah, I have had, that was when I was young. I didn't have the books. I didn't like I don't know why I didn't. I read a lot of sci-fi and stuff when I was a kid, but I just never got Dune. Maybe it could have been religious stuff, but the movie was really important to me when I was younger. So yeah. And I'm going to go see the new Dune sequel, Dune, in a couple of days with Gayfesh, actually, which is going to be pretty cool. So you can look forward to us talking about that very soon. That should be fun. Have you heard about the Glasgow Willy Wonka shit show? Yes, it's actually been making me laugh all day. I was thinking about covering it today, but I don't know that we're gonna have time for me to do all of that. So that might have to, that might have to wait. We'll see. It has been making me laugh. I saw the whole TikTok thing of the Willy Wonka guy talking about having to learn the AI script, where it was like, oh no, it's the unknown. And there's like a video of the AI invented Willy Wonka villain whose name is the Unknown. And it's just a guy in a silver mask and he climbs out from behind a mirror and all of the children go, ah, and start crying. Really funny. Actually incredible. There's the depressed Oompa Loompa. There's the like stickers on the like wall, on the like cardboard walls. Oh, it's incredible. It's amazing. Yuri says, I feel so weird. I'm not a gamer or a movie person, so I can't really relate with everyone when it comes to media unless it's music. That kind of sucks. It's a sucky position to be in because it's really hard to review music on the internet unless you're Anthony Fantano and have a giant amount of legal protection to protect you from getting copyright slapped all the time. We get our streams taken down for innocuous copyright, for fair use shit all the time. It sucks. I would love to do streams where I talk about music and listen to music together and analyze it, but you just can't. You just can't. Tooth says, I'm also the one who told you about the Dark Forces remake. Oh, awesome. I appreciate that. I might check out the Dark Forces remake. I just replayed Dark Forces on the Force engine, which was awesome. It was really good. I'm interested to see how they handle like an official remake, especially when the Force engine version already exists out there. But you know, whatever. The legal protection, like never playing the music. Well, okay, that's true. He also just is able to do that, but you know, he plays. There are a lot of people that review music. Okay, but for me, that's not my jam, okay? Just talking about a track in the abstract, you think that, I don't think anybody would watch me do that, and I'm not that good, okay? I want to talk about and share music, but whatever, you know. On his streams, he plays the music. You fucking idiot! This is why we have the dunce emote. This is exactly why we have the dunce emote. That is some fucking hula hoop ass bullshit right there. Oh my fucking God. Obviously, in his random one-off short videos, he doesn't play the whole song. Chariot says, my Dark Souls video got 100% of its revenue stolen by a record company that owns the work of a rapper who sampled a piece of the Dark Souls OST track, the Ancient Dragon song from Ash Lake, so I had to mute the credits. I noticed that's fucking bullshit. That is terrible. Maybe, Yuri, I'll figure out a way to do music in the future. All right, by the way, real quick, okay, we're about to get into the content for the day because we got to move on a quick schedule. We have to move on a fast pace, okay? We have to move on a quick pace, okay? But we have 415 people watching right now, which is wonderful, but we only have 259 likes. So I would really like it if you could be so kind as to press like on my beautiful stream and help me grow my show. It would mean the actual world to me. Mr. Krabs, thank you for the links. We will look at those later. Hopefully we will have the time to do it. We have to be pretty quick today. Congratulations, Spyro Gal. Look at that. All right, we're getting more likes. That's good. That's good. That's good. Oh, I imagine it probably hurts a little bit. The electro is what really hurts. Not to make you scared, but laser is easy peasy compared to electrolysis. Electrolysis is painful, but it works really well. I have just this entire area of my face here. There is not a single remaining hair follicle. And I'm moving over, and soon it'll all be done. So it's gonna take a while, but it's painful as fuck. I won't lie. It's very painful. DeLance says, Chariot, if DramaMama gets the rights to Holy Mac, can you help her write scripts? This is coming from a busy medical employee that is also a Catholic. Yes, I did it. I didn't invite you personally, but people asked me if I would have you help write, and I did say, yes, I would like to invite you. It's not for sure yet, so we have to wait a while. We have to wait and see how it's going to shake out. This is a game of patience, and everybody's going to keep poking me about it because I made the mistake of putting out an idea into the world that can't be executed immediately, and in the streaming world, that's a cardinal sin. But yes, I would genuinely love that. It would be truly amazing. It wasn't, Low-Tech the Bot Assassin says, it wasn't as painful as the tongue split. Was it, Electro? The tongue thing was over and done really quick. I would compare the tongue thing to like I don't know, getting a painful dental thing done. Whereas Electro is an hour every 3 weeks or so for like a long time. And it is slow and painful. No, it is not as acutely painful, but it does suck. So how long does Electro take? It depends. It depends on the person and how many hair follicles you have. You should if you can, if your skin tone will allow you and your hair color will allow you, you should get laser first. My electrologist regularly thanks me for having gotten laser first. Laser definitely helped a lot. But yeah. Yeah. If you got light skin, dark hair combo, you go get that laser first. That'll help you a lot. I worry that people making Somerton videos is giving him the attention he wants and needs. Maybe, but Is electrolysis permanent? What happens if you take hormones afterwards? Yes, electrolysis is permanent. Sometimes hormonal changes can activate different hair follicles that weren't active previously. But the ones that are hit, if you hit one with electrolysis, provided your electrologist is doing it correctly, that follicle will be dead and will not grow hair again. So, yeah. Laser is semi-permanent. Laser is, yes. Laser has a lower efficacy overall. And there's a couple of reasons for that, but I had a very good experience with laser, but it doesn't always, it's not as surefire as electrolysis. But keep in mind, electrolysis is a pretty slow and grueling process. It's worth it in my opinion. I intend to have my entire face with electrode done on it, but it is a slow, painful, and somewhat expensive. It's not the most expensive thing in the world, but it's fairly expensive. Is an LPL kit worth it? I hear it works well for dark hair, light skin. You mean like an at-home one? I don't trust those, but I don't know. It's possible. It's possible that the technology has improved. When I tried one years ago, and it did not work very well. In my opinion, it's cheaper to just go and get professional laser with a proper device. So I don't know. Yeah. Calliope says, how many laser sessions did you do before you knew that you needed electro? So I did like, oh God, I don't remember. Maybe 10 or 11. And that worked really well. But then I had I had a surgery which involved having to go off my hormones temporarily. So my hormone balance got all fucked up. And some of the hair follicles reactivated. Then I had a little bit more laser, and the laser was very effective for me. So I don't know. I did quite a bit, but I had a lot of progress with laser. And in fact, I'm considering doing more laser before I do more electro. They complement each other. You don't have to do them one or the other. But in fact, like I said, my electrologist always recommends people do laser first and get as much done as they can with laser because it's usually effective. Hopefully that gives everybody, oh, that's awesome. Oh, Chariot. Maybe we can, I hope you're able to get back on hormones and get that all taken care of. If you need any advice, please DM me. I have a fairly large pool of experience and advice if you need it. That would be amazing, Chariot. I hope you're able to do that. Okay. Hold on, let's see. What else was there anything else I wanted to talk about? Okay, cool. Hell yeah. Was there anything else I wanted to talk about? Thanks for the hair removal tips. I'll probably do that in the future. Excellent. Yeah, I've had good experiences with laser. Electro's hard. But I have a good electrologist. She's great. So, what was I going to say? I feel like there's something I'm missing. I feel like there was something I was thinking of. But maybe it's just time. Maybe we should just get right into the DramaMama. Should we just get into the drama? We have a lot of viewers here. It's probably time, right? Chariot says, unrelated, but the channel uploads have been fire. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have been, so actually that's a perfect thing to talk about real quick. Before we start, thank you so much for the kind words. That really means the world to me. I've been having lower than average views, which I expected. I expected us to have a little bit of a views stumble going into the year. Just because I've been doing a lot of different stuff and I've been trying to focus on uploading things that are more unique and directly like my stuff. And I know that that's going to take an adjustment. That last year we had a lot of DramaMama stuff to cover. We had a whole bunch of news politics stuff that I was doing. But I am very proud of the videos that I've put up. Even though the view counts have been a little bit lower than usual, I do believe that we'll push through this hump and come out the other side as far as views. Because, you know, I want the channel to grow. I want the channel to grow a lot. But there is something interesting, which is that my core audience has grown, which is really good. So, like, we're still gaining subs at a, you know, kind of a slow rate, but decent. I gained like 150 subs in the last 20 days, which is not, it's not what we were doing before. There was a period of this channel where we were getting, you know, 500 to 1,000 new subs per month. We've slowed down from that point. That period was unsustainable. I couldn't keep up with the amount of content that I had to churn out, and I didn't like the way that it was pressuring me to upload a lot of content I didn't feel proud of, or not content that was bad, but stuff that I didn't feel was the best. But the core people, the people who watch frequently and the people who stick around for all the stuff that I do and are interested in all the different things that I do, that number has gone up. There are more regulars than there have ever been, which to me is really promising, because to me, the most valuable type of viewer, the most interesting type of viewer, and the viewer that means the most to me is one who is actually interested in what I'm making. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want viewers who, you know, I mean, it's not that I don't want, I'll welcome any viewer that comes to my show, but I don't want, you know, I don't want to spend a lot of time chasing viewers who only care about one single thing that I talk about, you know? If you know, people are only going to tune in every time I do a DramaMama, that's kind of unfortunate, because I do a lot of other fun stuff. I want people who appreciate me for all the stuff that I do to the best of their ability. I don't mean everybody has to like literally everything, but there's a bunch of you who do, and that's awesome, and I want you all to be a part of my community even more. So yeah. Yeah, so yeah. We've had a little bit of a slowdown, but I'm really proud of what we've been putting out. And getting praise from Chariot, and I'm not trying to overgas you up, but it does mean a lot to me. When I hear from other people that I respect who make stuff that I know that I like, and people who I know have good taste, and I hear good feedback, that makes me feel like I'm going in the right direction, even if I still got tons of room to improve. So, you know, that means a lot. Taylor Gwynn says, longtime watcher, I wanted to give a recommendation. I'm not sure if you watch much animation, but I think you'd like the short-lived series Motor City. I'll check that out. I'll put that on my oh shit. I'll put that in my content recommendation list. Wait, hold on, where's my content recommendation? Oh shit, that's right, I forgot I did some, hold on, I gotta do this. There it goes. It's on the content recommendation list now. Thank you very, very much. We might need to start branching some of our shorts out to TikTok and the like for more social cross-pollination, plus hopefully more engagement with the channel. Danny, I want to sit down and there's a bunch of stuff I need to work on. It's been a very hectic first 2 months of the year, but I like that idea. And I think it might be time for us to try to breach back into TikTok again, but we're going to need to do some, we might have to tune how we're handling censoring and editing and stuff like that. I do think that I have some ideas. We'll talk about it very soon. And I like that idea a lot. So, shorts are the best way to advertise your channel. That's true, but the shorts algorithm is really chaotic. It's hard. Well, thank you, Smoke Signals. I do appreciate that. Nuts, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Deeply appreciate that. Yeah, we need to, yeah. I've heard Shogun is good too, but I haven't heard anything specific about it. I've only heard that it's good. I haven't heard why it's good. Anyway. Are shorts still a right-wing rabbit hole thing? Yeah, unfortunately. But that's just because right-wingers can churn out lazy, pathetic bullshit content all the time and get paid for it. So they can just spend all their time churning out shit that just gets them into the algorithm. It's stupid. But yes. Proving Beetle 16 says, do you plan on talking about what happened to Aaron Bushnell? Yes, I would like to. I was thinking about doing it today, but I haven't had time to prep, and I want to make sure we talk about that carefully and responsibly. So it won't be today, maybe next stream. But yes, I do intend to talk about that. All right. Okay, I think it's nearly time. I think it's time. Hold on, let me bring some stuff up real quick. Yeah, look at that. We got another 50 viewers from that last surge of likes. Well, more like 40 viewers, but still. Okay, everybody. I think it's time. I think it's time. Also, hey, another thing that we've been experimenting on, I know I said it was just time, but I just thought of something, which is that we've been doing mid-sized videos, which is new to the channel. And so we're inviting and enticing a new audience with the mid-sized videos, because a lot of my video viewers on the you guys who watch the live streams, a lot of you are a different demographic than the people who watch my YouTube videos on the uploaded video side of things. The people who watch the uploaded videos, they're like, I've trained them to look for long form content, and it is true that like we're in a new frontier in that I'm mixing up long form content with mid-sized content and shorter videos so that we can invite some people in who are interested in shorter stuff as well. And the long form content is never going to go away. I'm going to always still do long form content. I'm doing one right now. I'm filming a segment that's going to end up being long form content right in like 5 minutes here when we get onto it. But that's also an experiment for the channel. So some of the viewers who are used to clicking on my long videos and sitting down and, you know, buckling in or whatever they, you know, or listening on the road are not, they don't always click on the shorter videos. So that's probably also contributing to why there's a slightly lower viewership on my recent videos. The stream viewership has done nothing but grow. Our stream viewership is, I mean, look, we're at 460. Last stream, we were at almost 600 viewers, and I just was talking about whatever the fuck I wanted. Stream viewership has been growing, but stream viewership oddly doesn't always translate into video viewership, and YouTube doesn't always reward stream viewership with channel algorithm recommendations. It's really fucking weird. I wish it did. And I hope that they continue to develop it in the future so you can have a way to grow a channel more off of just stream viewership. But regardless, I'm a streamer first before everything else on this platform. So I'm happy to know my stream viewership continues to grow. Our regular stream viewership has just gone up and up and up. We've never had more regular viewers, which is amazing. So, anyway, the point is, tell people about me. My channel grows mostly from word of mouth. If you see a video of mine that you like and you're hanging out on Discord or wherever and somebody is talking about that subject and you're like, hey, DramaMama made a video on that. Share that video, please. Get my videos out there and into more people's watch histories. I'd love to have more people. But anyway, let's do this. Let's get into this. Let's do this, right? We gotta keep things rolling. I've already gone for an hour. I said that I was gonna do a shorter warm-up, not a longer warm-up. God damn it. All right. Let's do this, shall we? Let's do this. My lovely, lovely imps. It is time. It's time after so long. We have been wandering in the wilderness, lost in the desert of content. A drought and plagues have fallen upon us, but finally today I come bearing you the golden tablets of DramaMama content. That's right. At long last, we have an update that is worthy of doing a DramaMama segment on. Now, if you've never seen DramaMama, if you're a newcomer, press subscribe immediately, of course, and of course like the video. But, just so that you don't feel out of place, DramaMama is a little special section of my show where we talk about some sort of broader internet drama. You know, usually we try to focus on something that's big and impactful, that affects a lot of people, that people can actually learn from. And we dive deep. We go in, we get all the receipts, we talk all about it, we have a discussion afterwards. These are my long-form videos. The DramaMama investigations are the meatiest drama coverage that you'll ever see, okay? We don't do that crappy, oh my God, did you hear what they said or whatever? We don't do that. We do an investigation. We get in, we get you the information so that you're not out of the loop, so that you can learn something from some of the nonsense that goes on the internet. That is DramaMama, and that is what you are here for today. And today, we are doing an update to a DramaMama that we've been covering for a while, which is, of course, the James Somerton situation. Now, if you haven't seen it already, I have a part 1 video on this, and I recommend you go check it out. I'm plopping it in chat right now, and it will be in the description of the video when this video goes up as a segment on YouTube and isn't a part of my live stream. So check the description if you haven't seen it. The first section of our DramaMama investigation into James Somerton started sort of following up to a video by a very, very popular and accomplished YouTube creator by the name of HBomberGuy. HBomberGuy did the mountain of receipts when it comes to the James Somerton situation. HBomberGuy exposed James Somerton on an unbelievable level, the likes of which we have rarely seen on the internet, and the receipts were massive. In my video on this, we followed up after HBomberGuy's massive nuke went off on James Somerton, and we reacted to and analyzed and followed up on the claims made in James Somerton's first apology. Now, some of you listening right now might go, wait a minute, he had a first apology? That's right, he did actually have a first apology. And what we're reacting to today is actually the second apology, the Squeakquel. The Repology is what we're reacting to today, my lovely imps. So if you haven't seen the first one, if you haven't seen the reaction and the analysis of the first now deleted and hidden apology from back a couple months ago, you should go click that link and go check it out. But if you're ready to dive in once again to the mess, the viper's nest of James Somerton's plagiarism allegations and his apologies therein, well, that's what we're doing today. You see, 2 days ago, James Somerton uploaded a video which he titled, A Measured Response. Now, that's a very funny title to do because, of course, that is a riff off of H-Bomber-Guy's format for naming his videos. H-Bomber-Guy does a measured analysis, a measured etc. That's like H-Bomber-Guy's kind of his brand, which is, if it was anything else, it would be, you know, it would be like a nod or like a funny reference. But given that this is an apology for plagiarism allegations of a massive scale, copying the titling format is, it doesn't come, in my opinion, it doesn't come off very well. Okay, that comes off as very cringe to me, which is a tough start. Now today on this DramaMama, we're gonna try and do our best to withhold judgment until the end of the apology. But given that we've already reacted to one apology that mysteriously disappeared already, it's gonna be a little hard for us to not be at least a tiny, tiny bit biased going into this. But I wanna invite us all to do our best to try and take this apology as it is to the best of our ability. Even though I know that's kind of impossible given that this is the second apology and this one took 4 months to put together, and it kind of just comes off immediately like a giant attempt to make up for how bad the last one was, which was probably a more organic response. But we'll find out, shall we? We'll find out. Let's do this. Without any further ado, we are now going to react to James Somerton's A Measured Response. I guess I don't really need to do much more of a summary. Let's just get right into it. Let's do it. Let's do this. James Somerton, A Measured Response, uploaded 2 days ago. Content warning, discussion of self-harm from 28... Oh, whoa. I thought I had... Oh, yikes! I thought I had paused it. Whew. Okay. Let's go back there real quick. Discussion of self-harm from 2808 to 3004. All right, let's do this. There's your content warning. I'm not going to remember that timestamp, so you're just going to have to bear with me. If you can't handle the discussion of self-harm right now, you can tune out or wait. It'll be sometime around this timestamp.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but revenue from it...
Bad start. Bad start. Bad start. Oh my God. Hold on a second though. Wait a second. I think I have something that's already going to be relevant. Hold on a second. Let me just double check. I do have something that's already relevant. Okay, here we go. Let's listen.
Just a disclosure, this video is monetized, but revenue from it will be sent along to H-Bomber-Guy's team to be dispersed to the people whose work I plagiarized.
H-Bomber-Guy. This was from earlier today. I'm curious if James Somerton has actually reached out to you or your team about the funds from his measured response video. H-Bomber-Guy says, He has not. He has, that is a very bad start. Oh, we'll talk about, that is good to know. That Lily Simpson one, we'll take a look at that in a minute. Oh my God. Okay, bad start. Bad start, let's do this.
If his team won't accept it, I'll be making monthly donations to Wikipedia and Trans Lifeline going forward. You may have also noticed that a few...
Huh? What? What? Why Wikipedia and Trans Lifeline? How about you fucking reach out to the people you stole from? You know who you stole from. H-Bomber guy already outlined who you stole from. Reach out to them. What the fuck? Oh my God.
A few of my past videos have gone up on the channel again, and revenue from those as well will also be sent along with the revenue from this video. Over the last couple of months, I've been getting in touch with the people who I plagiarized to apologize one-on-one.
Okay, hold on a second. I need to turn up his audio levels because if I don't, I'm going to be deafening people. Oh, shit. I can't boost his audio anymore, can I? Wait, yes, I can. Hold on. I know how to do this. Give me a second. I'm going to boost his audio. Boop. Okay, hopefully that'll be good enough.
Bit of a mass apology. It's a bit difficult because many of them
Too loud, God damn it. Let's do this. There we go. That should be good. Too loud.
Have public email addresses, so I'm still working on it, but it is a top priority of mine. I've heard back from a few of them, and they were actually incredibly nice, accepting my apology and just imploring me to do better in the future. So...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, that's so goddamn awesome. You reached out to a handful of the people that you stole from, and they begged you to keep making content just to do it better in the future? Holy, can this possibly be? We're 1 minute in, and this is already coming off as worse than the last one. How is that even possible? No, yeah, where are the screen? Let's see it. Somebody should have been willing to go on the record. Let's fucking see it.
I want to thank them publicly for that. There's plenty that I haven't heard back from, and I completely understand that. In many cases, I wouldn't want to talk to me either. I also want to apologize to my audience, though. You trusted me to be a good representative of the queer community, and I was not that. I tried to be. I tried to be a voice for every member of the queer community, but that was a fail.
Why would you try to do that? Why would you try to be a voice for... Okay, that's a nitpick. Let's move on.
Endeavor before it even started. I'm a cis white gay man. No matter how much I try to be a good spokesperson, I can never really truly understand the life experiences of other far more put upon members of the queer community. This is one of the reasons that I would use their own words. But I should have made it very clear.
Your Honor, I sat my gay ass down and listened. Listen, if he'd been listening to the queer community, this fucking haircut would have never happened, all right? Let's just be real. Let's be 100% right now, okay? 100.
That's what I was doing. I never, ever thought that I was the only voice out there, as some have said, but being a cis white man, I thought I might be able to win over some people who wouldn't otherwise listen.
Wait, he's doing the debate bro thing. Oh my God. We have the first example in history of a video essayist bringing out the debate bro. Well, you know, I wanted to use my position to be able to bring over people who might not listen otherwise to somebody like you. Oh my God. This is legendary. Okay. Are we sure that this wasn't like an AI generated James Somerton by somebody who hates James Somerton? It can't be. Not even an AI could think up something this heinous and goofy. Let's continue.
Unless it was someone who looks and sounds just like them. And so I tried speaking for everyone.
No! Wait a second. Looks and sounds just like them. You bungled the argument. No. The argument is that they wouldn't listen to somebody who looks like them, not sounds like them. If you sound like them, you are them. If you look and sound like an alt-right person, you're an alt-right. Oh my God, this is amazing. How is this so? We're 2.5 minutes in. This is a goof. This is a gag. This is rapscallionry. What is this?
And this was a horrible mistake. What I thought was being inclusive ended up leading to a lot of people feeling left out and even offended. This fell upon Nick as well, as a non-binary person on the ace spectrum. They wanted to include asexuality and non-binary representation in our videos, but because Nick's experience is not universal, there is no universal experience. People felt that we were delegitimizing.
Okay, we have to pause here for a second. I want you all to remember that in the last video that I did, okay, not that James Somerton did, in my DramaMama coverage, which you can go watch, just search DramaMama, James Somerton, okay? You'll find it. But in that video, we read Nick's official response to all of this, which was basically to say, no, that's not how this worked. So he's doing it again. This is a genuine, this is truly just a reboot of the previous apology. This is the same song and dance. He just added more identity qualifiers at the beginning. He's doing like a we see you, we hear you. At the beginning of this video, oh my God. And also, is that because they made a video where they bungled talking about asexuality and now he's trying to blame that on Nick, who can't really speak for himself because he's not involved in this? This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Still lying. Still lying.
Own experiences because we focused on Nick's, and I apologize for that. And I'm sure that Nick does as well. I'd also like to...
Nick made a statement about this. Once again, which you can go see us, we read the entire statement. I do not believe that Nick would sign off on this as you just implied he would. In fact, I strongly believe that Nick... In fact, I know Nick explicitly denounced you for your horrible first apology, and you're repeating mistakes from the first apology right now.
Extend a personal apology to Jessie Earl, better known as Jessie Gender. Out of everyone that I spoke to who was also a YouTuber, Jessie was by far the kindest person. I think Jessie might be one of the kindest people I've ever met or ever encountered. We never actually met in person because of...
He tried to rope Jessie Gender into supporting this video. Yeah, I was about to mention that Jessie Gender made a video response to this, which I don't know. Maybe we'll have to watch it, depending on how much he talks about Jessie Gender. This is Jessie Gender, who is being talked about in the video right now. About James Somerton's apology to me. Unless something happens, this is the last time I ever want to discuss him. But considering he apologizes to me in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable, I want to address it. My support to all whom he stole from. Wait, how long is this video?
Hey there,
Oh no, it's an hour. Okay, we're gonna put this on the back burner. Needless to say, It does not seem that Jessie Gender approves of the way that James Somerton is talking about her here. So maybe we'll react to that if he talks about it more. But for now, we're going to continue with his apology. We're not going to digress. Let's do this.
My hot-headedness, I drew her into just this anger spiral of mine that was unwarranted and absolutely ruined a possible friendship. Jessie was actually doing her best to kind of mitigate my frustration and everything and at that moment, and I just wasn't allowing her to do that. And I really, truly, honestly want to apologize to her for that. Again, if you ever get the chance to speak with Jessie one-on-one, or if you have gotten the chance, you'll know just how nice she is and how kind. And I was a real asshole.
Okay, this is one of those times where, like, listing off people's names in the middle of this type of response under the heat that you have, you're doing a disservice to them, you know? Like, getting praised by the guy who got called out massively and unequivocally for heavily evidenced mass plagiarism and then issued a complete cop-out fraud apology and then waited 3 months and then is now, so far in the first 5 minutes, repeating almost the exact same mistakes from the previous apology video. That's a real move. And then praising somebody when you're that guy, that actually kind of damages them. You see, you're actually making it worse. You're making the situation worse for them. And it kind of seems like a spiteful and further inconsiderate thing to do.
For dragging her into my reactionary, unwarranted frustration.
Which you're kind of doing right now. But all right, let's
obviously
continue.
We haven't spoke since all of that happened. But Jessie, if you are watching this video, I do want you to know that I am honestly sorry for that. I hope, truly, honestly, I hope everything goes as well as possible for you because you deserve all of it. There was a misunderstanding between Jessie and I after that happened that I do want to clear up, where someone who at least claimed to be a fan of Jessie's, did an internet and threatened to kill me, which is, being a person on the internet, death threats are unfortunately not uncommon. At the time, though, I was in a very panicked state, and so I did report it to the police. I did not report Jessie to the police, which is the misunderstanding that people came away with. I did not report Jessie to the police. I would have no...
Oh, that is such a manipulative thing to do. Like, I offer you a genuinely, honestly, truly, veritably, truthfully, honestly, beyond genuine, honestly, truthfully, deeply heartfelt, honest apology. And your fans that were sending me death threats, it's just water under the bridge that they were threatening my life, that your fans, Jessie Gender, your fans were threatening my life. What a dirty move. What a dirty move. Oh, I forgot sincerely. Sorry. Sincerely.
No reason to do that. And it did end up that this person had a prior record with the police of violent acts, and they actually lived quite near me. So the police took it very seriously. They took it so seriously that they implored me not to speak to Jessie, which I took their advice on, which I shouldn't have, honestly. I should have at least...
Okay. So we have no evidence so far provided for any of this. We have just his word, which we, of course, need to remember the score currently. which is that so far, through all of our coverage, all of everyone's coverage of the James Somerton situation, we know that James Somerton is a goddamn liar. That this guy is a liar guy. That's one of the main things that he is currently being, focused on for. He's proven none of this. None of this is, let's check the description just to be sure. Nothing. No evidence of any of these claims linked. And also, I don't think that you should be boasting about having the cops arrest someone over something that they said on the internet to you, especially because we only have his word on what was actually said. Wow. Okay. Police reports are public. True, but we don't know who actually filed the police report. We don't know where it was filed. We don't know who it was filed against. We don't know which police department. There's no way to verify this. He could, indeed, prove it. And keep in mind that all of this is in service of appending a fuck you to Jessie Gender at the end of his so-called apology to Jessie Gender. He's like, oh, I'm so sorry, Jessie Gender, and don't worry about those death threats, those credible death threats. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. It's just, it's just between us. Ha 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 ha. Oh my God. All right.
Clarified to Jessie what was going on and not just left her hanging. And so I want to, again, apologize to Jessie for that. But in that state, I listened to the police, which is, maybe...
Of course you fucking did.
The best decision all the time, because the cops don't usually have the best interests of people at heart. So, Jessie, I want to apologize.
Of people they don't have the best interests of people at heart? Or they don't have the best interests of some people at heart? That's an interesting little way of wording that, my man. It's an interesting way of wording that.
Apologize for that and everything else that happened. Completely understand why you would not want to speak to me ever again, but I just want you to know that I am sorry. But now back on the original topic. The work Nick and I were doing on the channel, we wanted it to be, for everyone. We wanted it to be a channel where every queer person could feel welcomed, and we failed at that. That is something that in hindsight, I think is impossible to create, and that's why
it is impossible to create, but you failed at that for a very specific reason, which is that you stole from you created your channel by stealing from other queer people who did their own work and were building their own communities, and you stole from them.
Important for there to be many different queer voices in spaces like YouTube, and there are. What's more important is that those voices are discoverable, which is something that I should have been helping with. I often shared other...
No, you shouldn't have been... Yeah, sure, you should be helping with, but you know what you shouldn't have been doing? You shouldn't have been hurting it. Not just a matter of helping. Queer creators don't have an obligation to promote every other queer creator on the planet. That's obviously an absurd standard. But you know what you do have an obligation not to do? You have an obligation to not fuck over and steal for your own glory and your own self-enrichment other queer creators' work. That's kind of an obligation that everybody has. Jesus Christ. Let's continue.
Creators on Twitter, but this was when I only had, 800, 1,000 Twitter followers, and these creators usually had a whole lot more than that. It was a weird thing because usually they would have infinitely more Twitter followers, but a whole lot less YouTube subscribers. I'm not sure what created that dichotomy, but something was definitely off with the algorithm there. There is a part of my brain that says
you made your money on YouTube. You didn't make your fucking money on Twitter, and you stole their work, you clown. What the fuck is this?
YouTube kind of went, oh, you know, white male queer, let's push him and, you know, ignore everyone else.
No, dude, it isn't just white male queer. It's not just white male queer. You took the wonderful and beautiful work made by other people and used it yourself. You pretended to be somebody that you weren't with actually good created stuff, and people liked that stuff because it was good, and you grew your platform off of that. You can't just blame this on some identity group. You can't Lady Gaga, I was born this way, your way, out of fucking plagiarism allegations, my man. That doesn't fucking work. Holy shit. Oh my God, I need this. I need this. Hold on. Where is it here? Where is it? This is it. This is the one.
Sorry, I'm white.
Here we go, everybody.
Sorry, I'm male. Sorry, I'm white. Sorry, I'm male. Sorry, I'm white. I'm sorry, I'm male. Why? Why am I a monster?
Actual footage of James Somerton in the editing room for this goddamn video. Shout out to TJ Kirk.
The community, whereas people were able to actually discover other queer creators on Twitter and then make their way to YouTube, but the YouTube algorithm kind of, that's the most negative interpretation I have of it, which unfortunately may be true.
Dude, the most negative interpretation is that you stole people's genuinely good work and made it seem as if you made that work, and you grew your platform off of a bunch of different people's genuinely good work, and because you were stealing it and not actually making it yourself, you could post 100 videos a month or whatever goddamn pace you were posting on. You could post a video every other week of high quality work that you stole. Of course you're going to grow a YouTube channel if you don't have to do the work that is necessary to create a high quality piece of work. Jesus fucking Christ.
In any case, I should have done more to share the voices of other queer people. Certainly the people whose works I used, both credited and plagiarized in my videos, but also just other creators on YouTube. It's important for us as a community.
Punkarella says, Demon Mama, is it just me or is this apology even worse than the last one? Okay, so the last one was really bad, okay? Let's not forget how bad the last one was. There was the fake crying. There was the, I almost died from sort of vaguely described self-endangerment because you had the gall to call me out for me stealing from a ton of people. You know, how selfish of you. It was pretty bad. I will say this one does have the added benefit of being like polished and yet still basically delivering the same message, and he's not doing the fake crying thing, so he's had enough time to like put a mask back on. But I don't know, is it worse than the original one? I don't know. We're only 8 minutes in so far. It's pretty fucking bad.
Is vaguely defined as we are to support each other, and I didn't do that nearly enough. From day one, I was very taken in by the idea of being a YouTuber. As soon as my videos started to get recommended by the algorithm, after not releasing a new video for like 2 years, I felt like I had a short period of time to get the next videos out as soon as possible.
LB says, did anyone tell Demon Mama he hasn't actually reached out to H Bomber Guy? Yes, I showed that on stream just in case anyone missed it. H Bomber Guy, this is H Bomber Guy's actual official Twitter account. Yes, James Somerton has not reached out to H Bomber Guy, which, by the way, there is no excuse for. This video should not go live making a promise to pay H Bomber Guy into the H Bomber Guy Victims of James Somerton Fund. If you haven't already reached out, that's ridiculous. If you haven't actually reached out, that's insane. Let's continue.
Which is why so little work was put into the writing of them, and so much was taken from other places, plagiarized. Early on, I thought crediting authors in the opening credits alone was enough, especially since the video.
Danny says, Demon Mama, another thing of relevance, the people that he did reach out to, he offered exposure, not money. Wait, let me see this one. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. Mick Abrahamson. Mr. Steal Your Work James Somerton emailed me with an apology. The final paragraph is the icing on the cake. He wants to pay me back in exposure. Lol. Lamau. Here's a screenshot of the email. I offer you my most sincere, honest apologies. If there is something I can do to make it up to you, whether it be spreading your latest work to my admittedly smaller now but still not insubstantial following, promote projects you might be passionate about, or even help you to produce the videos for you. What? I want to make things right if I can. Sincerely, James Somerton. Wait, oh, they go further down here. Mick Abramson says, funnily enough, one entire paragraph of this email was devoted to why he couldn't give me the money. The classic, the video was demonetized at release excuse. That is rotten. That is rotten. That is pathetic. He's James Somerton has also been copyright claiming archive channels. Uh-oh. That's a bad sign. This is from the H Bomber Guy. This is from the H Bomber Guy subreddit. 2 James Somerton archive channels have been terminated. One of them has been copyright claimed by James himself. Here's an archive of the re-upload from archive James Somerton, and here's the video now. It's been copyright claimed. Another channel, James Somerton Re-Uploads, has been terminated. The channel James Somerton Archives is down to 4 videos. It was 7 earlier today, but they've now been copyright claimed. Update January 30th, 2024. James Somerton Archive has been fully terminated. All 3 archive channels are gone. You're such a selfish person, James. I only wanted those that you stole from to be found. And I guess those $1,000 cameras were worth more than the marginalized voices you silenced. That is... Well, I think that kind of puts the nail in the coffin for any chance that there's any sincerity in this, right? He's trying to make sure that the evidence of further crimes is hidden. Those channels existed to re-upload his videos after he delisted all of his videos. His videos were delisted because H Bomber Guy checked the first page of his website and found a wall of plagiarized documentation. Or sorry, I should say plagiarized writing, and documented all of it. And that was just the first page of his videos. James Somerton has been uploading dozens upon dozens of videos, which H Bomber Guy himself didn't have the time to go through every single video. Which means he didn't just hide his bad behavior. He's now going through the process of deliberately targeting anyone who even tries to find out if he ever took anything at all. That is disgusting. That is genuinely disgusting. With all this context, this might actually make this response worse than the first one, but we better continue.
those weren't monetized early on. But I understand now, especially after speaking with some of the people who I did plagiarize, that was just, I was wrong. That was not the way to go about it. They should have been cited properly within the text of the video. They should have been called out in the video at least once verbally, as well as, you know, having citations on screen if there were a whole lot of them, like with, you know, one of the examples that Bomber Guy used in his video was the deep cuts video. There were a whole lot of people who I, you know, credited in the opening credits, but really it's plagiarism. They should have been cited on screen with actual citations of
this is the Illuminati thing. This is the Illuminati excuse of, oh, I just needed to cite them slightly better. No, you made an entire video out of other people's work and you also didn't cite them. Both of those things are an issue. If you make a video, if I was to start a video tomorrow and just start my video and start reading, you know, somebody else's work. Like maybe, let's say that I post a video exposing James Somerton, and it's just word for word the script of Bomber Guy's video mixed with the script of Todd in the Shadows James Somerton video, and then I just have a little footnote in the corner that says credit to Bomber Guy and Todd in the Shadows. That doesn't fucking cut it. I am functionally re-uploading your thing with no real spin added to it, with no real touch added to it. That is still copying your work completely. This is ridiculous.
You know, links where you can find this stuff. Maybe there should have even been a bibliography that you could have gone to, like on a Google Drive or
That's the
something like
minimum
that.
you should have done.
Yeah, although I might have stated that the scripts were based upon the work of these authors, it, in many cases, wasn't just based on their work. It was their work, word for word. In some cases, I did get permission, like with the Evil Queens Disney video. I'll put the email up on the screen that I got.
Hi, James. I did get a chance to watch your video. While I am perhaps not as pessimistic about the relationship between Disney and LGBTQI culture as your piece is, I recognize and largely agree with the issues you are raising about where things have gone since I wrote my book. And I'm grateful for the shout out on the title card. It was the one thing that I was going to request, that you give me at least a bit of citation. It's a very thoughtful video, and I hope your audience gets a lot out of it. All the best, Sean. This is not permission. This is saying, I would like it if you at least gave me a little bit of citation. This is the weakest thing ever. And this is after release. You didn't get permission. He just exposed himself as a fucking liar in real time. Did he not think that anybody was gonna pause here and read it? Well, that's why you're watching DramaMama, because we do actually take the time to pause and read things. I know, right? You'd think that's like the easiest thing in the world, but you know, a lot of people don't do that. So if you're enjoying this, press subscribe to Demon Mama down below, because God knows this is a torture for me, and I'm doing it for you. I'm the quickest on the spacebar. That's right, fastest spacebar, fastest spacebar in the left. Every time I see a citation in one of these videos, I'm just like, anyway, let's continue.
From Sean Griffin, where he did give me permission to publish the video. I sent the finished video to him, and he watched it and he gave me permission. But
he did not give you permission. That is not permission. That is, I would have appreciated if you at least gave me some citation. Thanks for putting my name in the beginning of the video. I don't want to fight you over this because I don't think it's worth it. That's not permission. That's saying you're too much of a small fry for me to care about. And that's one author. One. What about all the fucking 20 other people that were talked about in the Bomber Guy video?
in most cases, I didn't get permission and thought that just putting the author's name in the opening credits was enough. I was much more interested in the production of the videos than the writing of them at this point. So after 3 or 4 videos, I brought Nick on as a main writer for the channel. The idea is that they would write the vast majority of the scripts. I would film, voice, and edit the videos.
We have a fact check moment. Everybody, thank you for this, Emu Anon. As it turns out, Sean Griffin, who was just featured in that email, wrote an article about just this event earlier this month. How my book became the subject of a YouTube scandal. Sean Griffin. 2 months ago, several current and former students texted me asking if I had seen a new YouTube video titled Plagiarism in YouTube. The video by HBomberGuy, also known as Harry Brewis, received more than 15 million views, and nearly 20 minutes of its 4-hour runtime were spent discussing the plagiarism of my book, Tinkerbells and Evil Queens, the Walt Disney Company from the Inside Out. Over 20 years after its publication, it had become the subject of an online scandal. I guess the only thing worse than bad publicity is no publicity at all. The issue was first brought to my attention in September of 2020 when a stranger informed me that a YouTuber named James Somerton had used large portions of my book in a video without citing me. A day later, Somerton himself reached out. Somerton claimed an oversight, apologized, and offered to revise the video to give me prominent credit for my work. Watching his now deleted video essay, Evil Queens, Disney's Queer Cold War, it was immediately and abundantly clear that he had lifted full paragraphs and pages from my book and used them as his script. Video essays are a popular genre on YouTube. In a YouTube video essay, creators argue for their thesis using voiceover, clips from media, and other tools unique to the medium. Like any other essayist, these writers are expected to cite their sources. There were no professors to hold Somerton accountable, only the vigilante in my inbox. Somerton sent a link to the revised video with an opening title card that credited me in the book. I was satisfied with this change and told him so, because I did not think it too huge of a deal to get into over a 20-year-old book. Both individuals who had contacted me were claiming they were being harassed by the other, including supposed calls to the police and death threats. That sounds similar. I had absolutely no desire to get pulled into this chaos. Interesting. So here's the later part. Fortunately, the damage to me personally or professionally seems to have been minimal, at least so far. In the 20 years since the book was published, I have gained a name as an expert in Disney and LGBTQIA+ issues, including being interviewed for articles in Vanity Fair, Time, and the Washington Post. I was invited to write an op-ed piece for the New York Times. I would say Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has helped increase my status as a media expert as much as Harry Brewis. DeSantis' attempt to push the Walt Disney Company for their support, to punish the Walt Disney Company for the support of LGBTQIA rights has framed Tinkerbells and Evil Queens in a new light. And if anything, the brouhaha that Brewis generated has spurred on sales of the book, which that was one of the things that HBomberGuy specifically set out to do. As such, I felt the need to respond to an offer made by Brewis, HBomberGuy, at the end of his video. He plans to divide his earnings from plagiarism in YouTube among the authors plagiarized by James Somerton. In the comments section for the video, I thanked him and many others who have come to my defense. I said that the offer of sharing compensation was a beautiful gesture, but that I was not struggling financially. Class act. Class act. And thus, he should take whatever my portion would be and split it up among the other authors. My post created a new opportunity for people to stir the pot, claiming either I had ulterior motives for my post, even though I mentioned that I would likely get financial gains from improved book sales, or that I was falsely claiming to be mentioned in the video in order to publicize the book. Again, people in the comments section rushed to my defense, and it seems the accusatory posts have been taken down. Dragged into internet drama against my will, I received a small taste of the vitriol and chaos that accompanies social media attention. Hopefully, this is the last time I experience it. That's a hell of an article. Again, that is Sean Griffin, the author of Tinkerbells and Evil Queens, pointing out what I predicted would be the answer, which is that That does not sound like permission. That sounds like an after the fact desire to not get involved in your garbage, James Somerton. Actually wild. That is incredible. And of course, I can't help but notice, unrelated to the immediate drama, this glowing indictment, this seething indictment of the online spaces. Dragged into internet drama against my will, I received a small taste of the vitriol and chaos that accompanies social media attention. Hopefully this is the last time I experience it. Imagine that. Imagine just making books and being able to live completely unconnected with the internet, and the one time you step in, not even step in, you're brought in without your even knowledge, that it turns into a goddamn nightmare. That is how bad these spaces are online, which, by the way, is something I've been talking about quite a lot for quite a while on my channel. How nightmarish and creativity destroying online social media content creation bullshit is. But those videos are on my channel. We got to continue with this apology or we're never going to finish. Let's go.
And we'd split the money that came in. We were roommates at the time, and Nick didn't
And they were roommates.
have a job, so I figured it would help both of us. This is actually when we had some of our biggest videos, like the ones talking about Wiccan and Hulkling, where we lucked out because it came out right in time for WandaVision to hit. And then the Killing Stalking video, which became our biggest video by far. The Sadism of Class was another one. These videos weren't plagiarized, and we loved making them. It didn't take long for the channel income to start growing. Lucky timing, really, because this was around the same time that I was laid off, since the company that I was working for downsized once COVID hit its second year. Nick and I had both grown up poor, so we started doing what we could to try and stabilize our income as much as possible.
Remember, wait, so this would have been, hold on, let's see. Hold on. Was this around the time he purchased the fucking camera? Hold on. I want to find the post. Where is it? I want to find the thread. Where's the thread? Ah, here we go. Let's see, when was this? When was this video? Oh, we can't see when the video was from. Oh, he doesn't have the dates on there. Oh, wait, here we go. Do we have it? Okay, so that would have been in early 2023. So, maybe not. Maybe he's still, maybe we can't fact check this specific one. Yeah, I'm looking at the thread right now. Let's go. So I just wanted to check and see if he's talking about being on financial hard times during the time that he decided to purchase an insanely expensive camera. But it looks like that might have been slightly after this event.
This meant putting out more videos, which meant I had to take over more of the writing duties. But since filming, editing, usually doing multiple edits because of YouTube copyright issues.
Danny, have a great time. I'm sure you'll have fun editing this.
As well as managing the channel and dealing with my mom's recent cancer diagnosis, all of that was already taking up so much of my time and attention. This led to a lot of copy and pasting blocks of text into scripts. My intention at the time was to use these as a jumping off point once Nick and I sat down to edit the script, because that's what we would do. I would sort of put in my parts, Nick would put in his parts, and then we would sit down at a table, read through the whole script, and kind of try and make it seem cohesive. But, and here's something I'm sure a lot of people will call a bullshit excuse. I have memory issues because of a head.
Oh, dude. Oh my God. You can't be serious. No, dude, come on. Of course people are gonna call that a bullshit excuse. Of course they're gonna call that a bullshit excuse. Memory issues are not a fucking excuse for mass plagiarizing across fucking 20 videos when you even hire a secondary writer and you're making crazy amounts of money. This is not an excuse. This is crazy. That's fucking, literally I for gore. Everybody's saying it. Oh my fucking God.
Head injury from when I was a child. They're actually getting worse. I've talked about it on streams and in videos, so yes, it is real, but some people will call it a bullshit excuse anyway. The head injury is actually...
It's not a bullshit excuse. It's not a bullshit excuse because anybody doesn't think you have memory issues, okay? People have memory issues. I feel like I have memory issues, okay? A lot of people have memory issues, okay? But memory issues do not explain how you constructed a coherent video out of stolen materials, published it onto your channel, it went through multiple reviews and an editing process, and then you made a ton of money off it. That's why it's a bullshit excuse. No one is saying you don't have fucking memory issues. I'm sure you do.
Led to me having epilepsy, which is why I can't work in any job that involves physical labor. Employers can't get insurance for me to like lift things or operate vehicles and stuff like that. I actually did marketing for a restaurant group for a little while, but got let go when they found out that I was epileptic because, at least according to them, I couldn't be insured to be in the kitchens where I needed to be to film videos and take photos and stuff like that. But anyway, when it came to editing the scripts, I couldn't remember what I'd written and what had been copy-pasted. We should have just chucked out everything that I had put into the script and filled them in with wholly original thoughts.
Yes, you should have done that. I can't help but feel that if you can't remember what you wrote and what you stole, that you are not qualified to be doing that type of work. I don't feel like that's fair to anyone involved or to your audience, or I just don't think that's a match, you know? It seems like there's got to be a different type of work you can do. Like, clearly, he seems to have some passion for camera work. So why doesn't he just do camera work? Why don't you, if you know, he seems to be passionate and talented about it. Why didn't he just do that? Why are you trying to be the fucking primary writer if you can't remember what you wrote versus what you stole? And you can't conclude, more so, you can't conclude, I shouldn't steal that because I have a hard time fucking remembering what I actually wrote. And yes, as many people are pointing out, his memory seems to be very, very sharp for certain things. Yeah, it's almost like maybe he's got a little bit of the selective memory loss, you know?
Or I should have been taking notes on where things came from so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else, but I never did that. According to
Garbagool says, I work as a return to work coordinator in Australia. I have lots of clients who have epilepsy and are working just fine. Well, no, Garbagool, you don't understand. In Canada, there's a law that says epileptic people can't work any job besides stealing from other people on the internet. You wouldn't get it because you're from Australia, you see. It's a Canada thing. They're weird up there, okay? Canadians, they got some weird shit going on. It's a tragedy, honestly.
My therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't...
Wait, whoa! Excuse me, as a fellow ADHD haver...
Bazinga!
Hold on a second. Claim check, hold on.
Bazinga!
to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed, at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else. But I know where things came from so that we could at least cite them in the videos, if nothing else. But I never did that. According to my therapist, my not thinking to do that probably stems from my recently diagnosed ADHD, but I don't know if I'm willing to say that.
You just did! You just said it! What do you mean you're not willing? You just said it, you fucking idiot! Oh my God. Oh my God! Okay, listen. As you might be able to tell by the chaotic nature of my streams and the fairly eccentric presentation of my thoughts, my manner of dress, and my manner of speeching, I got the ADHD pretty bad, okay? The ADHD has been a part of my life for a long time. I have had the ADHD since long before I became a streamer, okay? And it doesn't make you want to steal from people, okay? Okay, maybe it makes you want to steal from some, no, wait, that's something else. No, it doesn't make you have to steal from people. It doesn't make you, do an oopsie doopsie to accidentally collect like however much he was making. What was he making? Do we even remember? I don't even remember. What was it, fucking tens of thousands of dollars a month off of Patreon? It doesn't make you need to make tens of thousands of dollars off of Patreon by stealing other people's work. It doesn't make you reluctant to be a good person. Sometimes you get distracted easily. Sometimes you have a really fucking hard time getting work done. Sometimes you have a really hard time sitting down to read a book. There's all kinds of things that ADHD makes you struggle with, but like that isn't one of them. Okay, not even fucking close, my man. This is pathetic. Yeah, so far we have mom with cancer, memory problems, raised up poor, ADHD, epilepsy, employment discrimination, Nick's fault, cis, white, and male and gay, YouTube, algorithm. Maybe we should add Era's mayonnaise. That's a good one. Era's mayonnaise. Let's put that one. That's another one you should put in there.
Maybe it was, or maybe it was just plain laziness. Maybe I thought that this was somewhere that I could cut a corner because I was torn.
Also, I'm sorry not to do this again, but no one with ADHD would have this haircut, okay? Nobody with ADHD. Sorry, I gotta stand up for my ADHD havers, okay? Nobody would have this haircut, okay? It just wouldn't happen. ADHD people would not sort of do like the paintbrush look.
So many other directions. Honestly, I can't remember, like I said. Memory issues. But yes, we should have just thrown out my contributions to the scripts and filled them in with original writing, but we felt like we had too much of a time crunch.
I'm glad I didn't have to say it. Thank you. You've saved me. Rudon1334 in YouTube chat has saved me by saying, why does he have the stone toss turd hair? I didn't say it. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I may have been thinking it for a long time, but I didn't say it. I did say it, but I said it because somebody else was saying it. So you can blame them. It's not my fault. I have ADHD.
We felt like we had to get videos out more often to feed the algorithm. And then my mom died, and I became completely useless. I couldn't think straight at all. So Nick had to completely take over writing duties while I dealt with things you deal with after a person dies. My dad, you see, he can't read or write. He was very poor when he was a kid. So he had to leave school really young to work in order to feed his many brothers and sisters. So I had to deal with all the legal stuff after my mom died, as well as making sure that all my dad's bills were paid and whatnot, especially after his income was basically cut in half. There was supposed to be a buffer here, money-wise, as my mom had a life insurance policy that was going to be split between my dad and myself. But the insurance company, RBC Insurance, so if you have insurance with them, maybe rethink that, refused to pay out the policy because my mother never mentioned that she had family with diabetes. She
Scott pronouns, thank you. I was born with glass bones and paper skin. Every morning I break my legs and every afternoon I break my arms. And all I need you to do is buy these chocolate containers. I mean, subscribe to my Patreon.
She didn't have diabetes, but because she didn't think to mention that she had family with diabetes, it apparently voided the policy. All they did was refund a year's worth of premiums that she'd paid, even though she'd been paying them for about 15 years. One of the things, the main thing, really, that I was supposed to do with my portion of the insurance money was I was supposed to make a movie. These were direct instructions from my mom herself. She'd been very much behind me when I decided, when I was about 10, that I wanted to be a filmmaker. And she wanted me to finally have the opportunity to do that, even if she never got to see it. So when the life insurance went bust, I decided to try and crowdfund it, at least enough to make a short film or two. This is what Telos grew out of. So what happened with Telos? Let me break down the time.
Okay, I don't understand how any of this is relevant really to anything that's being discussed here. All of this is what we would call a sob story, okay? Now, the term sob story is kind of mean, but this is a pretty fair application of a sob story, okay? A lot of the things happening here are legitimately very sad, but what do they really actually have to do with anything that's being discussed here? He's just putting this in here so you feel bad for him, so that some portion of the audience that is watching this will say, you know, he's had it hard. Maybe we shouldn't care so much, and will trot away in the other direction. In reality, none of this affects any of the actions that he took. He is just telling his life story and trying to use things that happened to him and other people as an excuse for his bad behavior. But they're not. The hardships he had with his mom do not explain, they do not excuse his later plagiarism. They do not excuse his ongoing plagiarism. Yeah, exactly. As Scott Pronoun says, this is the type of thing that would be more sympathetic if it was found out that he was botting his views or something, but was coming clean about it. Yeah, this would work if you were like, listen, I was on financial hard times. I cheated the system, okay? I faked the number of viewers I was getting, which is, you know, basically it is as close to a victimless online crime as you can get. It's still bad, and you're gonna fuck yourself over, and you're gonna fuck up the market, obviously. So it does have a knock-on effect, but let's be real. If one YouTuber is botting or whatever, all right, you can understand, oh, okay, he was desperate. He needed money, so he cheated the system. And you can go, that's shitty. That's a good point. But this isn't that. This is years of systematized plagiarism and then a refusal to take responsibility for it. And on top of that, potentially a GoFundMe/Kickstarter scam. True. Megarit says, why should he stop at the parents? Why not talk about how his grandparents and great-grandparents had hard childhoods? That's, at this point, yeah, it'd be just as relevant. Jupiter Siren with the $5 super chat says, wow, thank you so much, Jupiter Siren. Jupiter Siren says, Demon Mama, it was my mother's dying wish to send you this super chat. Great honor to your mother. And thank you so much. Thank you and thank your mother for thinking of me in that way. That means a lot to me. Really means a lot to me. Cy Deathful with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Sorry to interrupt. No. Thank you for interrupting. Thank you. Let's continue.
Timeline. When we launched the campaign in February of 2022, we hoped to raise $3,000 to produce a short film that we hoped that we would then...
One more super chat to read. Another bored person with the $5 says, please toss more funds into the James Somerton Institute for bettering the victims of James Somerton, the 501c3. Yeah, exactly. The James Somerton, my definitely not fuck-ups that are actually Nick's problems, and also you shouldn't be mad at me fund. Jesus Christ. Thank you, another bored person. Let's continue.
Then use as a sort of proof of concept to attract investors, either private, public, or through Canada's telefilm program, to produce a feature. Some people online have stated that $3,000 never would have covered the cost.
Westside Tyler, thank you so much for the raid. Happy to have you all here. Please come in and get comfortable. And if you haven't come over to my website, demonmama.com/live, you can be in this chat and get special emotes. Super easy to sign up. We'd love to have you. Doesn't cost anything. It's free to get in, and you get the fancy emotes and everything right off the bat, but you get to chat in style. So consider coming on over. And thank you to Westside Taylor. Why do I say that all the time? Westside Tyler. Westside Tyler, thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry for, I don't know why I struggle with that part. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome to all of you.
Cost of a short film, but these were not going to be unionized movies, and we were very clear about that up front. We wanted to be able to pay actors as best that we could, but we never expected to be able to reach typical union wages. The crew—
You didn't pay anybody. The money's disappeared. And Nick has said the money has disappeared.
crew was going to be made up of people that I had gone to film school with. Everyone, including Nick and myself, we were roommates at the time living on the East Coast, were more than happy to work behind the scenes for free. We planned on writing a movie with a small cast and only 1 or 2 locations, ideally ones that we could get access to for free. Again,
VOD Gang, hell yeah! Welcome to the VOD Gang. Thanks for all being here.
we assumed all of the money would go to the actors. We kind of looked at this as a sort of community theater troupe, but for filmmaking. After the campaign launched, it did infinitely better than we could have expected, and our ambitions grew. We started planning to make a feature instead of a short film, and the plan was to take this around to film festivals. The feature we settled on, entitled Final Girl, was about the lone survivor of a slasher movie type massacre 10 years after the fact, as she was publishing a book about her ordeal, drawing attention from people online convinced that she had actually been the killer all along. In the end, we would find out that the killer was the boyfriend of the girl who the main character had secretly been dating at the time of the killings.
Okay, who
And
cares?
most of the people he killed—
Why do we care about the fucking plot summary of your shitty movie? What does that have to do? What does the plot summary of your stupid fucking non-existent vaporware bullshit have to do with what we're talking about here? Just what?
were, in his eyes, collateral damage as he made his way to our main character, because he was not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady.
Biceps and Bikinis with a tier 3 sub. Can I designate this donation to go to the Holy Mackerel IP purchase funds? I'll do my best. There's no way that I can actually do that. But yes, if we end up doing that, I will put your donation towards it at the very least. You supporting me will support that if that is the path that we ultimately go. So I don't have any way to sort that out. It goes into my PayPal, but thank you. Thank you very much. It's incredibly generous. And yes, I promise if that opportunity comes, I will put it towards it. Dan Cattler with the $5 says, this guy owns all this expensive equipment and their lighting still looks like complete garbage. Yeah, this is terrible, okay? Just terrible, all right? Thank you very much for supporting me, all of you.
Hendricks. Read the book. It's nothing like the plot of the movie. And the final girl is a trope. Novel Final Girl to our main character, because he was not happy that his girlfriend was cheating on him with a girl. And to those who say that I plagiarized the plot from the novel Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendricks, read the book. It's nothing like the plot of the movie. And the final girl is a trope. in horror movies. So if using the final girl trope is plagiarism, then basically everyone who's made a slasher movie since...
Okay, this is like oddly catty and defensive. Maybe you should leave this stupid catty nonsense and a pitch for your movie script out of your fucking apology script, your apology soft reboot. This is meaningless. Just meaningless. Drivel. This is drivel.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre owes the Tobe Hooper estate some money. But anyway, Nick and I planned out the movie, but I didn't want to start writing it until the campaign ended and the money was...
Isn't the cheating bisexual sort of an offensive stereotype? Yeah, but we're not here to put him on trial for making a movie with for writing a bad premise for a movie with crappy offensive stereotypes in it, okay? You know, yeah, it kind of is, but, you know, whatever.
Was actually deposited. After the insurance debacle, I didn't want to count our chickens before they hatched. When the money was officially deposited, I immediately began work on the screenplay. I finished it that summer, soon after Nick had left to spend 2 months at home in Ottawa, Ontario with family. I sent the script to him to read right away because I was very proud of it. But Nick...
Nuts says, isn't he bi? Who cares? Okay, to be fair, somebody can be a thing and do a bad version of that thing, okay? But the movie doesn't exist, so it doesn't matter anyway. That's the real thing that matters.
Didn't want to share his...
And also, I don't know if he's bisexual. Is he? I don't know.
...opinion on it until he got back to the East Coast. So in the meantime, I put out a preliminary casting call on local job boards. When Nick got back, he believed that the script needed a page 1 rework. This is also when he told me that he'd be moving back to Ontario permanently soon, as he wanted to live closer to family and live in a bigger city with more opportunities. This was a punch to the gut for me. We had been living together since 2015 and had become quite dependent on each other. I felt like there was no way that I could make this movie without him. And since I had received not that many replies to the initial casting call, I took this as a sign that Ontario would be a better place to launch Telos, even though all my professional film connections were on the East Coast. That was a mistake. There, I had free access to the campground that would serve as the setting for a good portion of the movie, as well as easy access to any number of houses, apartments, and even...
Okay. But who fucking cares? What does any of this have to do with anything? Is he describing why he is this a post-mortem of the Kickstarter now? Because that's not what this video seems like it's supposed to be. This doesn't seem like it's supposed to be, I'm doing this video to address why my Kickstarter failed. It seems like this is supposed to be addressing the previous allegations which have been mounting for months, and now he's also just kind of whining about him having a hard time making a movie. Yes, making your first movie is a fucking nightmare, and it's probably gonna be bad. But you didn't even finish the fucking movie. So there's no movie. Maybe you should make a video to your Kickstarter supporters. This is not that. This is supposed to be a measured response to the allegations of which are that the money has disappeared for the entire Telos project, not just one movie going bad. Not just a sob story about you having a hard time because your buddy is moving away and that means that you can't get access to the campground that you wanted to use and instead had to shoot somewhere else. This is so goddamn stupid. You know, this is fucking testing my patience. If you're watching, make sure you press subscribe to DramaMama down below, okay? If you're here and you're watching and you're enjoying this and you're saying, wow, mama, you're funny, you're sure adding a lot to this painful apology full of lies, then subscribe. I would love to have you, and I know that you all want something more, desperately want something more than this fucking bullshit. I know you want something in your ears better than just this shit. This fucking James Somerton, endless fucking whining bullshit. Anyway. Let's continue.
Offices that friends of friends would let me use to shoot. In Ontario, I had none of that, which immediately put the brakes on Final Girl since there was no conceivable way of filming it, at least not within the budget that we had. After Nick and I moved to the Toronto area, he decided that he actually wanted to move home to Ottawa, to the Ottawa area, about 5 hours away, at least for a little while. In the meantime, he would take a train to the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, once a month to work on YouTube videos for a few days and then head back. This went on for a little less than a year. So I began brainstorming new movies that we could film in Ontario. This is where the multiple posters and teaser trailers came from. I was trying to create something tangible to show that work was still being done with Telos. I wrote multiple treatments for movies over the next few months, and Nick and I eventually landed on one called Antisocial, a murder mystery about a former social media clique who had gone their separate ways on very bad terms, and they were coming together for a reunion at a sort of VidCon event. They were all sharing a house, and then some of them were going to start showing up dead. Around this same time, summer of 2023, Nick had moved to the GTA full-time. He and I spent weeks working out exactly how the murder mystery would parse out in the movie. We had a bunch of whiteboards up on my wall, and we were just breaking it down piece by piece. I'd put out a new casting call in the GTA and received hundreds of responses, so I was planning on casting as soon as the script was finished. But after trying to work out the numbers as far as paying actors went, plus locations, food, costumes, as well as the equipment that we'd already purchased and the legal costs of setting up Telos as a business, we realized that we'd gone way too big with this movie. The movie had too many characters.
So wait, where's the movie? Did this movie get made? Can anybody tell me, did this movie get made? So is this all in his head? Is he talking about like a dream that he had about making a movie? He stole actual money and then thought about making the movie and it never worked out? Like, what is he talking about here? So no movie was ever made. This is all hypotheticals. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, when I was thinking about the movie that I wanted to make, I realized that I wanted to go too big, so I needed to want to go smaller, and the people that I wanted to work on it, and the food that I wanted to eat, and the costumes that I wanted to make at the campground that I wanted to go to for the movie that I wanted to make were all wanting too much. And now, that's why the money is gone. What do you mean? What did you spend it on? You spent it on all those things? Oh, no, we didn't actually do any of that. I was just thinking about it. And I thought about it for so long that I spent all the money on expensive equipment for myself and maybe a nice couch and maybe some caviar or something. Listen, whiteboards are really expensive, Shrazly.
Too many locations, and it was just way too complex to be able to pull off with the budget. So I started working on a script for a movie called The Listener, about a true crime podcaster focused on the mysterious deaths of homeless gay men in his city. I was a fair way into the script when we realized it'd be about a year before we could even film anything, since winter was on its way and the story relied heavily on a summer setting. So we went back to the drawing board yet again.
What? This is so funny. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That is just really funny. I wrote a summer movie and it's winter. Damn it. The most regular thing on the planet is the fucking seasonal changes for now. I know climate change is coming, but for now, come on, man. What are you fucking talking about? Also, I have to remember we can't get distracted too much about his dumb fucking yapping about all of these films that he imagined making one day while he actually took, what, $100,000 or something from people? This is pathetic.
Finally settling on a modern-day adaptation of The Vampire, based on the book by John Polidori. It's one of the original works of published vampire fiction. It's never received a proper film adaptation and was in public domain, so we thought it would be a great choice. And the cast could be kept down to basically 5 characters, with only 2 of them being on screen most of the time. Nick and I both wrote treatments for it, which we planned on melding together into a final treatment that we would write the script based off of. We'd had a meeting about it, and we were talking about how best to move forward, how fast we could get the script written, how long it would take to cast, how soon we could start shooting. We knew that it had been a while since the initial funding of Telos came in, and we wanted to get something concrete out as soon as possible. After the meeting,
This is another part that makes no sense, okay? If you're going to be asking people for funding to make movies, you do that when you have some shit done for your movies. They got thousands upon thousands of dollars for funding movies that weren't even written yet. That is crazy. Look, writing is fucking hard, okay? Writing is very difficult. I know a lot of people think, well, you're just sitting and typing and using a pen on a piece of paper. How hard can it be? And of course, that's hilarious and stupid. And there's a ton of people who do that. People who genuinely, I used to work as a freelance writer, okay? And people hear writer and they go, oh, you go like this on a piece of paper, wow. And it's like, okay, then do it, motherfucker. The reality is that no, actually writing is really difficult, especially highly creative writing where you're creating something from your own experiences and from the ether. It's difficult, okay? It's hard, it's unpredictable. A lot of the things that you start to write, you will never finish. Just even the greatest writer in the world will have a pile of unfinished stories and ideas that never really make it into a final product. In fact, I would argue that the most of great ideas that come out of the most skilled writers in the world never actually make it to the page. That's just how it is. And you want to know, making a film is even harder. It's one step further because you have to take something that's written and then go the next level of coordinating a ton of people together to finish it. Okay? These things are hard. Okay? But everybody knows that. Anybody who's doing this shit knows that they're hard, okay? And you don't fucking ask for a fuckload of funding promising films to be made that haven't even been written yet, okay? Now, it can be a different thing. If you are like, you want to know how I know this? Because there are grants that exist out there for students making films and for aspiring filmmakers. And that's the type of stuff that you seek out if you want funding for this type of thing. Or you talk to a family member, or you present this to your audience up front and go, hey, I want to make an attempt at making movies. We don't have anything but ideas right now, and here's where we want to go. You don't say, I'm making a production company and we're going to be making queer films. You come honestly and you say, look, I need $10,000 to try out a bunch of film, to do a bunch of experimental shit. You guys might not like it, but it might be fun. Or you do something completely else. You say, hey, I'm going to be doing this as a side project. Watch me futz around with a fucking film camera in my free time, and if you think it's fun and interesting and has potential, maybe throw a few bucks my way. That's the way you do it. You don't do a Kickstarter promising a queer production house with no movies written, no pre-production done, no connections in a place that you don't know anybody in. Okay, that's just not how it goes. Producing LGBTQ films and series. Let's read it. Let's just take a look at it. Here we go. Hello, my name is James Somerton. Here we go. This is from the actual campaign. Okay? $63,000. I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay, surprise. I'm starting a production company that will produce short films, feature films, and series that focus on LGBT characters. Do you see what I'm fucking saying? And here's here's fucking 10 videos. None of these were written. These were just ideas. These were just basic ideas. No work according to what he's saying right now. I have all the equipment necessary for the producing, including cinema camera, lighting, and audio equipment. The funding will go towards paying actors a living wage. And no, they weren't paid a living wage. They weren't paid production costs. The insurance wasn't paid. This is what he did was, hey guys, I want some money to make some goofy films in my backyard to try my hand at filmmaking. What he sold it as is, I want you to be an investor in my production company. I have all the equipment, we're ready to go. And that is a load of fucking crock. That is what we call a motherfucking scam, in my opinion. I have a lot of sympathy for people, as somebody who has tried to make a movie and failed. Okay, I went to film school, all right? And I made a movie, okay? I made a fucking movie. I made a short film, all right? And it sucked. Like most most film student movies fucking suck, and mine sucked, and I had to go and show it to 200 people and have a bunch of professors tell me how it sucked. And it was one of the most embarrassing moments in my life, and I sat after the fucking screening of my film, I closed myself in a closet and cried about it for fucking 2 hours because it hurt so bad, okay? I've been there. I have a lot of sympathy for how hard it is, okay? Everything that could possibly go wrong with my film went wrong, okay? We had actors get injured out of my control when I had editors completely fucking disappear before the final cut, leaving me to have to wake up at 4 a.m. and do the final cut myself. I had a director of photography who was a layabout piece of shit who repeatedly showed up on set with the batteries for our cameras that we needed to shoot discharged while I had done my part as director and producer, and I had actors showing up on time, food on time, and the DP fucking shows up with no batteries for the goddamn cameras, okay? I've been there. I've done all that. I have a lot of sympathy for failed film projects, okay? I get it. And you know what? I never did a fucking GoFundMe for $65,000 promising people that I was gonna do a fucking production company for queer people that would bring queer films to the world, okay? When I asked for money, when I asked for loans from people, I said, hey, I'm a student. I want to fuck around and try my hand at making a movie because I'm really passionate about this. And I was. And I made a movie and it fucking sucked, okay? But I did it. Don't fucking lie to people. It's that simple. Demon Mama had a John Landis moment. No, I did not have a John Landis moment. I did not crash a helicopter on top of multiple children, you fucking assholes. Somebody got a little burnt by some hot soup that was on set, okay? I'll have you know. You fucking assholes. Did you pour it on them? No. They were stirring the soup for a scene and they accidentally went like this and splashed it and it burnt them a little bit. No serious injury, okay? It was a minor injury, but it was embarrassing nonetheless. I wasn't there for that fucking scene because we were doing pickup shots. I was in the other room working with other actors, prepping for another scene, and my director of photography and art director were overseeing that scene. But nonetheless, it was my film and my name was on it, so it was very embarrassing. I jump on stream and DramaMama's yelling about soup. Soup! Soup!
Went to dinner, and while at dinner, I started getting messages about the H-Bomber Guy video.
Huh?
We were in over our heads once we left the East Coast, but the intention was never, ever to take the money and run. I was so insanely excited about getting to make Telos a reality. I was excited about getting to make a short film, let alone a feature. It's always been my dream to make movies, so Telos meant...
DramaMama has made more films than James. I've made multiple films. I've screened multiple films at film school. And I've also made short films after film school. I'm not like, I'm very passionate about video and film, okay? I really am. But when a bunch of shit happened in my own life that prevented me from continuing to pursue my dreams of film, okay? A lot of shit happened. And you know what? Interestingly, that's why I didn't do a $70,000, $65,000 Kickstarter saying I was gonna open a production house, because the path of my life went in a different direction from becoming a short film person, okay? Even though I did work on some. I made a great music video that I'm very proud of. And who knows? In the future, I might go back to filmmaking. I'm still very passionate about it. As you can tell, I spend half my time of my life in front of a camera, tweaking camera and lighting and getting everything all beautiful for you all, working on sound. You know, I still do a lot of those skills. I just do it in a different way. I'm a streamer now, you know? Do you have any of your movies on YouTube? No, none of my movies are, well, I think one of the movies I was in the past is on YouTube, but I wasn't in a leadership role on that, although I am credited, but it's under my dead name on IMDb, and I don't really care to be associated with it, so none of my films are on YouTube. Actually, wait, one of my high school films is on YouTube. I made a zombie movie. I founded, in my high school, I founded the film club. And the film club, one of my sort of founding actions for the film club was I wanted to get a bunch of the people who were in the film club on board for a zombie movie. And we did. We successfully made a terrible, incredibly shitty, but very fun zombie movie that had a bunch of gore effects that we were really proud of. It was embarrassing as all hell. That movie is somewhere on YouTube, but I don't actually know how to find it. And you won't be able to find it because it's not under any name that I'm associated with anymore. And I look like a fucking baby child because I was in high school, so. But it is up there somewhere. It's somewhere out in the void. Anyway, let's continue.
And means the world to me. For Nick, it was a very exciting project, but not his passion. Nick wanted to write novels. He still does. Nick looked at this as a good creative outlet that was way more fulfilling than writing video essays. I should have stayed where I was and not gone to Ontario. The move uprooted everything that was solid about Telos, and it took a whole year.
No, dude, there was nothing solid about Telos. We've just looked at Telos, and you overpromised to an unbelievable degree, and all that you had going for you was some connections and a campground. The move which you chose to make, you can't blame that on Nick. This is pathetic. This is so fucking pathetic. Okay, I wanted to tell one thing that was really cool about my zombie film, okay? We did 2 really cool special effects. Actually, we did 3 really cool special effects in my zombie film, okay? The coolest one, the one that we showed off to everybody and we showed the movie to everybody we could when I was in high school, the coolest effect we did was we made my high school girlfriend, my senior year girlfriend, we had her be a torn in half zombie which we learned the trick from a YouTube channel you guys might have heard of called Indie Mogul. Indie Mogul used to do these free special effects tutorials, and we built a modified version of their ripped in half zombie. And you build a little rig. It's like a little platform, and then you bury it under like leaves and stuff like that, so your actor is sitting underneath the platform, and then they have a shirt that they're cut into, and you create a little prop that attaches to the bottom of the shirt that makes it look like they've been severed, and then they can crawl around like this while being underneath the platform. You can't see the rest of their body, and it looked amazing. Okay, it was cool. That was the coolest thing we did. We also had my friend's dad blow off a zombie's head, where we did an edit where we put makeup on a watermelon and then we had him shoot it with a shotgun, and it blew the fucking watermelon up. So we had it cut from a zombie falling on the ground to getting its head blasted in with a shotgun, and it just did like a quick cut where it went makeup zombie, head blowing up and guts going everywhere. Yeah, it was sick as fuck. The rest of the movie sucked though. Let's continue.
Back onto even anything close to stable footing. But I am working with a producer now, so you can expect an actual product from Telos this year.
Oh, that's a promise, everybody. An actual product from Telos. Now, remember, Telos promised a series of short films. Mark this moment, okay, everybody? Mark this moment. Another promise. 2533 of the James Somerton Apology 2. His ears are out of focus. Ryoma says, Vosh watched this and criticized the camera work in the apology video because his ears are out of focus. It is true. His ears are out of focus, which is a very odd decision. And it also has the effect of making his face look like, kind of like a sunfish. You guys know, what a sunfish looks like? You guys know what those things look like? He kind of has this going on. You know these guys? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. He's kind of got this, look at it. He's kind of got this going on. You know, like his face looks like it's like long, elongated. You know what I mean? Like, see what I'm saying? Yeah, moa, as some people call them. Kind of looks like that.
Will likely be a short film to start off, but there is going to be something coming out of Telos this year. I know I've lost your trust.
It's a weird decision. Honestly, I think what he has is. Okay, so I have a fairly, shallow depth of field for my streams. You guys can actually see that. You can, well, actually, it's kind of hard to see, but you can actually look. If you see in the background, you see how it's kind of hard to read the Berserk books? And that's because I have a really, short lens. And it looks great. You get a great picture from right here. And obviously, I could change the focus quite a lot if I wanted. Look, you can see my hand now. But imagine if, like, hold on here. Let's adjust this. Let's do it like this here. Maybe I can go. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so now my horns are slightly out of focus and my face is in focus. Ooh, nice. Just kidding. That's fucking terrible. I don't understand that fucking shallow depth of field. It's good to notice his ears are out of focus. That's a really shallow depth of field. Also, his mic is out of focus too, which means, oh, Jesus, this is really, really, really specific. I wonder why you went with that choice. Maybe he was just rushed? I don't know. Your face is not in focus either? Oh, well, it's hard for me to tell because I only have it. Maybe that's his problem. Maybe he has a small preview window like I do for streaming. I'd show you guys my streaming screen, but I don't want to give away any information. Anyway, whatever. My face is in focus now, right? Wait, hold on. Now I'm nervous. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It was. It was only when I was goofing around that it was out of focus. Protect the folder at all costs. No, I don't have a folder like that. I don't have a folder like that. I don't have a folder at all. Well, I do, but not like that and not on this computer. I have a folder I have a delicious folder of beautiful and wholesome, adorable, wonderful trans women, okay? Who have willingly and happily posted their nudes on the internet for all of us to enjoy. I have a folder of that, okay? And I'm proud of that. I'm fucking proud of that. And I don't keep that on my work profile. I just don't. I have a work profile. It's just, you know, if you look on my computer, it's all my work stuff. Because I have my own work profile, okay? That's it. It's that easy. Nasty Redacted said, is my art in any folders? You know it is. Of course you know your art is in there, Nasty. You know I have a whole folder just of your art. Jupiter Siren with the $50 super chat. My goodness! I feel bad to keep bugging with super chats, so I upped the money. Even without knowing anyone in Toronto, I gotta say, as someone that lives there and worked in film, there are about a bajillion resources and communities to reach out to if you really wanted to make a movie. Yet Toronto is one of the like biggest and busiest Canadian film centers. It is like where most of I don't know about most, when I was in the film world, Toronto was a rising star of filmmaking. There were so many hungry people who wanted to work on stuff. Toronto is the Canadian Hollywood. I don't know if Vancouver or Toronto is the peak city right now, but when I was in film school, indie film was in Toronto. That's where it all happened. It was going down. All of the indie film stuff was in Toronto. Anyway, we gotta finish. We gotta continue this shit. No more memeing. You all fucking meme me all over the place. I'm talking about soup. I'm making jokes about fucking bullshit. Let's do this.
But I will make nothing financially from this.
Yo, C. Witty, thank you for the $2. I bring tithe in the name of the Deep Fat Fried fans. Thank you.
Project. The money that is there will go wholly to paying queer artists to work on a queer film. I am not, nor have I ever intended to be, one of the people paid by Telos. Neither was Nick. We made this very clear to everyone who asked. During our work on Telos is also when the YouTube channel started getting sponsors, which, as I said, as someone who grew up poor, I basically accepted all of them, except for a few that I didn't think lined up with the message of the channel or had some bad news surrounding them. There were a couple that had some anti-trans stuff going on in the news, and I just didn't want to associate with that. But by...
Oh, you're such a hero, James. Thank you so much for looking out for the trans community, for not accepting a big fat paycheck from the anti-trans video game or whatever. Come on.
Accepting is...
Alexi asked, is there any way James could have made a conducive apology or explanation? Yep, we'll get into that at the end. Let's finish this, though.
many sponsors as we did, which became very important when Nick and I started living apart and suddenly had 2 rents to pay, we ended up needing to produce even more videos, which, along with the work on Telos and making sure everything was okay with my dad while living thousands of kilometers away, meant I had even less time for writing, putting more stress on Nick and leading to even...
You clearly didn't have any time for writing. You weren't writing anything.
More copy pasting from me. That's what led to us putting out, I think, 6 videos in 1 month.
By the way, notice that once again, in this entire video, he is blaming Nick for the plagiarism and himself for, oh, I made a careless copy paste because of my memory issues and my daddy issues and my mommy issues and my uncle issues and my aunt issues and my grandparents' second cousin, 4th removed issues and my moving across the country issues, and Nick really was the one doing all the plagiarism. I'm pathetic.
At one point, it might have been 5, but in any case, it was way too damn many videos to go out in 1 month. We tried to take the summer off from YouTube in 2023 to work on Telos exclusively, but even that went up in smoke because my housing situation just... I won't go into it here. I've talked about it ad nauseum on streams and stuff. If you followed me on social media, you know the clusterfuck I ended up in that led to me moving twice in 2 months. In the last couple of months, I've received a lot of emails.
Dude, that sucks. Do you know how many trans people, you know how many queer people generally, but especially, you know how many trans people I know who had to deal with horrific nightmare housing situations out of desperation, had to move multiple times in a single year, and didn't have a gigantic fucking Patreon dumping money into their pocket constantly? Boo-hoo, cry me a fucking river. This is bullshit.
As you can imagine. Many from people who were rightfully let down. Some from people threatening everything from doxing to violence because of the internet. Some with the kindest words of support I've ever heard, and others simply asking why I made it so difficult to contact me and if I was okay. They wanted to know why, as they put it, I nuked my social media presence. To be frank, it's because I didn't want to exist anymore. If you watched my honestly horrendous apology video back in December, you know I tried to make that happen. The not existing thing. But it was more intense than taking too many pills. It's not that I didn't want to be alive anymore. It's that I wished I'd never existed at all. That everyone I'd ever known would be better off had I just never been there. Very George Bailey, which is fitting, given that it was Christmas time. It's only thanks to some very, very dedicated doctors.
What? That is the weirdest way to vaguely talk about a suicide attempt. That's all I'm gonna say. This is the weirdest fucking way to vaguely talk about your suicide attempt. Okay? And it has no place in a video like this, okay? I'm sorry, but it does not, okay? I'm very, very sensitive to people having mental health struggles of this type, okay? It's difficult, it's nightmarish, and it can be impossible. Okay, legitimately, you can find yourself in a place where you really can't see a way out of your current life situation, even if there actually are ones. You might not be able to see it, okay? But that isn't relevant to making a video about why you damaged a bunch of people on the internet for your own self-enrichment, okay? It really isn't. That's a conversation for another time. That's a conversation for you to have with loved ones, with personal connections. That is not a conversation for you to put in your measured response to the massive allegations of theft.
And nurses, and one very good friend that I'm even here able to film this right now. I'm not going to name her because I don't want to expose anyone else to the small but seriously unstable group of people who watched the plagiarism in YouTube video and thought, well, he should be dead. Like I said, it was a very small group, but when they find out your address, and some of them are actually in your city, they can be terrifying. And they did find my address. And at least a couple of them showed up while I was at the hospital. My neighbors did report them to the police, and I won't go into any more details than that. I'm not sure if I legally even can, but there's a reason I left Ontario within a week of getting the okay to do so from the doctors. So what's next then? Like I said, you'll notice that a few of my videos are live again on the channel. These ones don't come from plagiarized content, and for the most part are written entirely.
Look, a lot of people are saying proof or it didn't happen. I think that it's understandable to want proof, but also people are really fucking weird on the internet. I've talked about this many times. I'm not involved in any fucking controversy of this type, and people are weird to me, and I am very unsettled about the way that people behave towards me and the type of information that people try to find about me, okay? I'm not doubting that that happens. I'm not doubting that it may have even happened in this particular incident. However, that's not relevant, okay? It really isn't relevant whether or not you're dealing with hardships as a result of your content creator career, which was built off of you stealing a bunch of other people's work and using that to enrich yourself. It isn't relevant at this particular juncture. No one cares about whether or not you or YouTubers generally are struggling with people being weird to you on the internet when you are currently trying to address and have made a video to address severe allegations of your own wrongdoing. It is a distraction. It is an attempt to pull the heartstrings of people. And I'm not saying that it's, as you know, I've talked about this subject myself. I'm not saying there's never a time that's appropriate, but there's a fucking time and place, okay? If somebody walks in on you having fucking shot somebody with a gun and you're holding a smoking gun and they go, oh my God, you killed them. And then you go, I can't believe that you would accuse me of a crime. When I was a kid, I watched a scary movie about murder, and for my entire life, I've been traumatized by the idea of murder. And you just said, you just triggered me. And then you say, yeah, but didn't you just murder that guy? I can't believe you'd say that again. Come on.
Entirely by Nick. Nick lost 3 years worth of work when everything on the channel was taken down. And that's simply not fair to Nick. He worked hard writing those videos and deserves to have something to point to when he's looking for new writing work. I've also done some heavy editing on other videos that did contain other people's writing, breaking it down to only original content, again, so that Nick has an actual portfolio of work. As mentioned at the beginning of the video, revenue from these will be going to the HBomberGuy team to be sent out to the...
As far as I can tell, yes, the content warning section is over, but he hasn't actually done a good job of clearly delineating when that's going on. So I can't make any promises, but as far as I can tell, he's done talking about it.
Writers I plagiarized from or donated to charity. However, it works out in the end. These edited videos will be going back up on the channel in the next few days, I think. along with 2 completed video essays that we didn't actually get to release before everything happened. There's also
Jupiter Siren says, why would Nick want their name anywhere near James' stuff? Nick already completely had said, I want nothing to do with any of these projects. I'm ashamed that any of this even happened to this degree. I denounce all of these responses. I believe the only response is to fairly compensate these people and to give back the money for Telos. That's what Nick said. And if you don't believe me, you guys can go watch my previous video, the first DramaMama, on the James Somerton apology, in which we read Nick's own post on his own blog in his own words, in which he says all of these things. It's ridiculous.
Some recent videos that didn't have any plagiarism that the sponsor asked to be taken down.
By the way, Emu Anon says, I still have trouble trusting Nick. I don't believe that we should trust Nick. However, and I go over this in my other video, I'll restate it here. I don't think you have to trust Nick about his entire involvement in the plagiarism. I do believe it's possible that Nick participated and perpetrated at least some of the plagiarism, but Nick's response has been significantly better, and Nick is not the name and the primary recipient of the channel. He's not the face behind the channel. He's not the name who the channel is associated with, and he's not the primary recipient of the money. And he's divested himself of the project. James Somerton is currently right now pulling in money on these videos. So you don't have to trust that Nick is being truthful about everything, but Nick is it's James Somerton's word versus Nick's word. And Nick's responses go significantly more in depth and directly address the claims in a way that James's don't. So, yeah. I completely agree with not trusting Nick on certain things, and I agree that it's more than likely, in my personal opinion, that he at the very least participated in some of the plagiarism. How much? Impossible to know. We'll never know the answer to that. That will be basically never, it will be impossible, almost impossible that we would ever know that. However, Nick's response has been significantly better, and Nick is significantly less on the hook for the actual money that's going on here. Nick uses they, them. I apologize. I did not know that. I legitimately did not know that. Please forgive me for that. I didn't know. I swear. Wait, so have I been mishearing? I'm not trying to make an excuse here. That's my bad. I didn't know that. I'll fix that going forward. So. Anyway, let's continue. James said it at the beginning of the video. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, yes, James Somerton has been saying he, him for Nick the entire time. And also, James Somerton just said that Nick was non-binary at the beginning of the video. I didn't miss that. I didn't miss that. Just because someone's non-binary doesn't mean that they use they, them pronouns. That's just not how it goes. You all should know that. Don't you fucking scold me, you assholes. It's not you mishearing. Fucking James Somerton never uses a neutral pronoun for Nick through the rest of the video. It's not you mishearing. Thank you, you fucking assholes. You people are insufferable. You're so desperate to get a scold on me. It's pathetic. I see you. I fucking see you. You know I do my fucking best. I'm responding to this fucking situation, and I'm not even fucking wrong because I'm responding to this guy. Bitch ass fucking losers.
And their ads removed. So they'll also be going
Boy, that fucking backfired on you all.
Up without the sponsors, obviously. And soon I will be releasing a new video written entirely by me, properly cited, with all sources credited. Maybe no one will watch it, but I hope you do. I want to prove that I have the ability to do this without abusing other people's work. It's a very different kind of video than I used to make, though. I'd say it's more of a documentary than a video essay. You won't find my opinions anywhere in there, just cited facts. I'd like to keep making...
That's arguably worse. That's arguably fucking... Why would you... That's arguably fucking worse. You're not going to do any original work for it? You're just going to cite other people? This is performance art. This is performance art. This is fucking performance art.
Videos like these new ones about people and events in gay history and definitive gay movies that you maybe never heard of. Stuff like that. It's actually something that I planned on doing this year anyway. There would be 2 videos a month. Nick would write a video essay and I would write one of these documentary style videos that would fulfill the 2 videos per month sponsorship deal that we...
Okay, I'm getting really tired of this because most of this video has been him fucking polishing his fucking knob for the idea, the great film ideas he had that fell apart for reasons that were totally not his fault. And now he's promoting his future work. Scam artist. This is scam artist behavior. This is scam artist behavior.
We had at the time. I have no sponsors now, so probably not going to be 2 videos a month. It'll probably just be the one, which will give more time.
How about none? You are not prepared to come back to this. How about none? I hope let's continue. We have to finish this before I get angry. I'm already angry, but...
And making sure that there is no misinformation in the videos, which I know that misinformation made its way into our past videos.
You mean you put it in your past videos? It didn't make its way in. The misinformation didn't grow legs and crawl into your script, okay? You put it in there. You put misinformation in there. Arguably disinformation.
That was not something that we intended. In some cases, it was information that I was told by people that I considered experts. In other cases, it was information that we had researched. In other cases, it was things that Nick had learned in university. The point being, it was never malicious. We weren't trying to lie about things, despite what a lot of people think. We were not trying to spread misinformation. That was not ever our intention. And that's something else that I want to apologize for. As for my Patreon, everyone can stop worrying about me relaunching it right in time for a billing cycle. That will not be happening. I don't want anyone...
You mean it won't be happening again? You tried to do that, and you got called on that last time, which is in my previous video. If you don't believe that, yes, he did actually try to reboot his Patreon just in time for a billing cycle with a lousy, embarrassing excuse. So he's saying he won't do it again.
One who either doesn't know about the plagiarism or simply forgot to unsubscribe to get billed. So I'm going to start from 0. I have put together a new Patreon account. So if you want to support my documentaries about gay history, fantastic. Honestly.
Disgusting. Using this fucking fake fraud apology video to promote your newest fucking scam attempt is disgusting. This is the type of behavior that I believe this should haunt him. His new Patreon should be full of people warning anybody who would even think about subscribing to it. This is pathetic. This is an attempt to start over again and do the exact same thing by disappearing into the smoke screen of the wider internet as a whole. This is pathetic.
Your faith in me after everything means the world to me. If not, I completely understand. Like I said, I've lost your trust. I'm going to work my ass off to earn it back, though. And I know for some of you, I'll never be able to do that, but I'm going to try anyway. You know, there's a link in the description to the Patreon if you want to join it, where you'll be able to see the two yet to be released videos right now, as well as, you know, take part in other stuff that will be on there, like a book club, podcasts, voting on upcoming videos, all the usual Patreon stuff. But this video is not about promoting myself. This video is about me apologizing.
But what? Your apologies have been half-hearted at best. You apologized for misinformation making its way into your video. You apologized for on behalf of, while blaming somebody else, you apologized on behalf of the mistakes that someone else made. You apologized for being an ooh-woo forgetful person. And then you apologized to Jessie Gender for I don't even know what. I don't actually remember what the apology to Jessie Gender actually was. It was vague, incredibly vague, and then you appended it by implying that members of her community went after you and threatened your life. Dude, this is fucking pathetic. This is legitimately, most of the video has been excuses, a sales pitch for your film ideas, and now a sales pitch for your new fucking Patreon. This is pathetic.
And I am incredibly sorry. It was never my intention.
Yes, exactly. And as Q-Berry Shortcake says, it was an apology that Jessie Gender did not accept.
For anyone to feel hurt or left out or excluded, it was never my intention to spread misinformation. And I'm really, really sorry that that happened. And, you know, as much as I've tried to explain myself in this video, you know, the memory issues, the ADHD, the personal things that were going on in my life with my mom getting sick and then dying and trying to make sure that my dad was okay following that and everything, those aren't excuses. There is no excuse for what I did. There are lots of people who make videos on YouTube. There are lots of people who make podcasts, TV shows, movies, documentaries, who have shit going on in their lives that's very stressful, and they don't plagiarize people's work. There is no excuse for what I did. For everything that happened.
Then why did you make a 40-minute video with excuses instead of uploading a 20-minute apology in which you apologize directly to each of the people that you stole from, link them in the comments, and send money to them that you stole from them? How about that? Why didn't you fucking reach out and actually coordinate with H Bomber Guy to make things right with those you stole from? Why did you make a 43-minute video full of excuses? This rings very hollow. And also, why didn't you put this at the fucking beginning of the video before you pitched your fucking Patreon?
Whether it be with my mom or the memory issues, there was something I could have done to mitigate that. There's nothing I could have done about my mom getting cancer. But knowing my patrons,
no one is mad at you about you having difficulties because of your mom or because of your memory issues. Nobody is mad at you for going to the hospital for having suicidal thoughts. No one is mad at you for any of that. No one has even brought those things up. What they're mad about is the things that you did wrong, which you come up with excuses for.
as I did, in hindsight, I'm pretty damn sure that if I had said, guys, I need to step away for a couple of months to deal with this, I don't think a whole lot of people would have fled the Patreon. A part of me thought they would at the time because I catastrophize, but I really don't think that would have happened. Even in the very beginning, when I was like, oh, I got to get as many videos out as possible. If I had said to those people who subscribed to the channel early on, you know, for the next video, I want to make sure that it's fully correct, and I want to make sure that, you know, it's as high quality as it can possibly be. I don't think anyone would have, you know, unsubscribed or not watched the next video because it didn't come out a couple of weeks after the algorithm decided that I was important for some reason. I convinced myself of these things, but I don't think, in hindsight, looking at it, I don't think any of that would have happened. And so there is no excuse for the misinformation, and there is certainly no excuse for the plagiarism. I fucked up.
No. You see, you did not fuck up. You didn't fuck up. I want to see him say, I want to see him admit, I did this thing to this person. I put this misinformation in this video. Not, oh, guys, I fucked up because I was under so much stress. Can't you sympathize with me? Please sign up to my new Patreon, guys. I promise it won't happen again. Just give me more money. Come on. God, this is so bad.
Bad. I stole people's words and thoughts and opinions that they worked incredibly hard writing.
Who? If you really wanted to apologize, you name the people you stole from. You make it right to the victims. You don't just vaguely. This is, by the way, this is the closest thing we've actually gotten to a real apology in this entire video. This part right here is the first time he's actually saying a version of what he actually did, and it's as vague as can be.
And publishing and finding someone to publish their thoughts and opinions and research, hard research that they had done. And, you know, in some cases I put their names in the opening credits, which I thought was fine. But
and now he's watering it down immediately. He's immediately watering it down.
Like I said, I've spoken with some of these people now, and I understand why that was not okay. Because putting someone's name in the opening credits, you know, okay, here's a list of people. Here's, you know, 7 or 8 people who are, even if it was, you know, everyone, even if it wasn't, you know, taking giant chunks of their work, paragraphs at a time, even if it was just a sentence here or there, putting their name in the opening credits doesn't tell anyone where their work is in the video. Nobody can say, oh, I really liked that opinion, or wow, that's a really, you know, smart observation. I want to read more from this person. And then, you know, to find something you found interesting, you have to go play detective. And so... No, you don't have to go play detective because they thought you did it. And so they watched more of your shit. That's the craziest part about all this. No, they didn't have to go play detective. People heard it coming from your mouth with no fucking, not even so much as a fucking citation. And they thought it was you that said it, and they gave you money for it. Money which you are not giving to the people you took it from. Oh my God, this is pathetic. Yes, just putting their name in the opening credits was wrong. I thought it was cool and, you know, cinematic, but it was wrong. Citations should have been done properly. There should never have been just chunks of text being put into videos. There were times, like with the Queer History of Hollywood, the videos that I released this past spring, they were based directly on The Celluloid Closet by Vito Russo, the book, not the documentary. I expanded on it quite a bit, but it was based directly on Vito's work, and I credited him in the opening credits. And I thought it was okay to just do that because the book was out of print and Vito had passed away, unfortunately, from HIV complications due to HIV and AIDS. And I looked at it more as extending his legacy, making sure that people knew about the work that he did. But I don't think I ever mentioned his name in those videos. He was, like I said, his name's in the opening credits. But I don't think I ever verbally mentioned his name. Someone who I have so much respect for, who's kind of an idol of mine. And I never mentioned his...
Huh. Huh. I love how this is framed as he's just like reflecting. I can't believe that I did that. Oh, I can't believe it. No, dude, you wanted to wear his fucking skin. You wanted credit for his experiences. You wanted credit for what he wrote from his heart, and you got it. You got that. And now you're sitting here going, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Please support my future endeavors. I promise I'll do better.
Name. It wasn't because I didn't respect him or anything like that. And it also wasn't because I wanted people to think that this was all me. Again, if that was the case, I wouldn't have put his name. In the credits. I never wanted people to think that this was all me. So that's actually one of the videos I want to make. I want to make a documentary style video talking about Vito.
How about this? How about this, bro? How about you give the money to somebody else to make that? If you really care about this guy that much, the guy you self-enriched off of, give the money that you took to somebody else and let them make that movie. Let them make an original movie paying tribute to this guy and keep your fucking name off it, because your name is like a smear of shit right now. Everything you put your name on will be worse for it. You making a video about anybody is gonna degrade their legacy because of this shit. Because of the way you've responded to this, because of the way that you behaved, because of your inability to even tell the truth for 5 fucking seconds.
So, and his life and everything that he accomplished, because he didn't just write The Celluloid Closet. He did a lot more than that. He's someone that people should know about. Obviously, people can research him. There's books about him. But I know, it's easier to sit down and watch a 20 or 30 minute YouTube video than it is to read a book. I'd like to make a video about Vito Russo, properly cited and not just, copy pasted from a book. I want to do the work. I want to prove, not just to you, but to myself, that I can do the work. And that's why I've started making these documentaries, working on these. I can't really put into words how sorry.
When he says, I've started making these documentaries, we know what that means from previous examples. We know that that means he's thought about what it would be like to make them. So don't hold your breath. Anybody out there who's been fooled thus far, don't hold your breath. Because we already know that, he started making about 5 other movies. And now that he's broken it down, what that actually meant was that he was closing his eyes and going like this. And little veins were popping out on his forehead. And his little hair was going. And then he went, ooh, wouldn't it be so cool if I did that? Oh, that's too much for me.
I am. I've tried writing like a blog entry to say that I was sorry for about 2 months now. And I can't get across how sorry I am. And I know actions speak way louder than words. And I hope with my actions that I can show
you. You know what would have spoke louder than words? If you had actually reached out to H-Bomber Guy before you made this shitty video in which you pitch your new Patreon.
You. That I am sorry. I'm sorry to everyone I plagiarized. I'm sorry to everyone I've hurt. I'm sorry to people who feel lied to. I'm sorry to people who feel like I abused the queer community. It was never my intention. Again, I'm sorry to Jessie. There were actually several other YouTubers who were very nice to me. But I feel like with everything that went down, Jessie is the one that I should apologize to the most. I'm sorry for the people who felt scammed, who thought that
The
Telos
people who felt scammed. The people who were scammed. Who you scammed.
was a grift. It was not. It is not. I am very sorry.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
And I hope, given time,
I'm sorry. There is no way that I can let this fucking fly in its current condition. This is the most blatantly false, obviously manipulative attempt to wheel in the few people in his audience who are committed enough emotionally, psychologically, parasocially to consider it possible that it would be a good idea to continue giving him money. That's what this is aimed at. This is aimed at vulnerable people in his audience. None of these are apologies. He just listed a bunch of things that, I'm sorry you felt like I did this. I'm sorry you felt like I stole from you. I'm sorry you felt like I lied about what was going on. No, dude, you did. It's verifiable. We just did it in this response. We proved that you weren't telling the truth about Telos. We proved that you weren't telling the truth. Your retelling conflicts with what you wrote in your Indiegogo. Is this worse than the last apology? Yes. Yes.
and my actions proving it, that you can believe me.
That was pathetic. I didn't think that it could get worse than his last apology, but it did. It did. I can't believe that he tried to pitch a new Patreon in the apology video. After all of that, all he's thinking about is how to make more money. And I mean it. He's trying to target vulnerable people in his audience. This is scammer shit. This is him trying to find marks, people who are psychologically or emotionally vulnerable in his audience, and manipulate them into subsidizing his shitty lifestyle. My God. He doubled down on blaming Nick. He doubled down on blaming random life circumstances and making excuses. His apologies at the end were vague. I'll admit he dialed in a little more on actually saying the words, but he also said you felt like you were plagiarized. You felt like you were stolen from, which negates it all. They didn't feel like that. They were. Now, this is an interesting one. So Lily Simpson is a trans YouTuber. Lily Simpson's had a lot of success doing long-form video essays about basically queer topics in various television shows. Lily Simpson tweeted this out earlier today. So James Somerton just put 2 videos on his Patreon that he finished right before the H-Bomber Guy video dropped. He subscribed to my channel a month before the plagiarism video, and I have a video about trans stuff in Bob's Burgers. I wonder. The queerness of Bob's Burgers. It's even titled like your videos. Now, of course, we don't have verification on this yet, but let's just say that's mighty suspicious. And I hope that somebody who did get access to that video would be able to check that out and find out. Again, we don't know for sure. Another bored person with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. This is the Philly cheese mistake, except instead of eating meat on Friday, it's him trying to dodge the responsibility while everyone on the internet slaps it out of his hands. True. Or slaps the responsibility back into his hands in this particular case. All right. So there's one more thing I want to do before we finish off and do our little last analysis on all of this. Our takeaways. I do want to watch at least some of Jessie Gender's response. So this is Jessie Gender's response video to the apology offered by James Somerton. Let's see. We're not going to watch.
Hey there, interweb.
We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's very long, but we're going to watch. I want to hear at least the basics. I want to give Jessie an opportunity. 50 minutes is a little too long for us to cover the whole thing on, but I want to hear this.
I hope you're all doing well. So this is not a video that I expected to be spending my time making today, but having sat with it for a little while this morning, I've decided that I do want to address it, and that is to talk about James Somerton's latest apology video that he released as of the morning that I'm filming this, where he spends a decent chunk of time at the first few minutes of the video not only talking about me, but apologizing to me directly for some stuff that happened between the two of us about a year or so ago, even before the plagiarism accusations came out from H-Bomber Guy. And frankly, I've debated whether I wanted to say anything at all in response to that, mainly because, you know, I've made 2 videos about James Somerton on this channel, one directly about his sort of plagiarism accusations that were leveled against him after the H-bomb.
Look, listen, to those of you in chat, I recognize some of you are embroiled in strange and parasocial dramas about various creators. But what we're trying to figure out here is Jessie Gender's response to involvement in the James Somerton apology video. So I would appreciate it if you would just for a moment stay the fuck on topic. For just 1 minute, can you motherfuckers stay on topic? Behave, fucking think for just 1 second. Think. You know, we have an emoji in chat that says think, imps. Do that. Think for just 1 second, okay?
Guy video, and then another one in response to his apology video that he released before, where he discussed his, and content warning here, he discussed his suicidal ideation and going into the hospital. And frankly, I wanted those to just be the end of my discussion on this, because obviously I've had feelings boiled up in this, but I'm conflicted about the whole thing of like it just becoming drama and all of that jazz. And so, you know, I kind of figured if he was going to make another apology, I was just going to let other people take it. But considering the fact that he spent the beginning of this apology video talking to me directly, it led to me ultimately having some really conflicted feelings that I really want to present to everybody, because I think if I don't say them, then I don't think anyone's really gonna dive into it, because I am very conflicted on how he not only discusses the apology, but also where he sort of places the discussion of me within a video where he is apologizing, presumably towards everybody, and about the plagiarism that he's accused of and admits to in this apology video. So I want to get into all of that, and I think the best place to start is going to be just me giving a brief rundown from my perspective of the stuff between the two of us, so that then I can kind of give a better discussion about what he talks about in this video. So to go back just to my association with James Somerton initially is, you know, he and I had a couple cordial Twitter DMs way back a few years ago as he was growing as a content creator. This is something that I do fairly regularly. Like I have a lot of different, you know, DMs and messages and associations with a lot of, you know, queer folks in the YouTube community and a few other folks. I try my best to be at the very least cordial, or even create like friendships or relationships, professional relationships with other people here on YouTube, because I think that that's important to do, not only for just like career-wise stuff, but I think, you know, I am someone who talks about, you know, trying to create collective action, who tries to talk about trying to to uplift other marginalized voices and to work with other marginalized voices. And so for me, I try to, reach out and be like, hey, I like your work. Let's, talk. How you doing? Can we collaborate, or can we, buttress each other up? Like, just trying to do that work. I think that's important part to do, not only as just a creator generally, but especially in our sort of like sphere of talking about like marginalized queer issues, LGBTQ issues, leftist issues, that sort of thing. So, I had a few DMs in that way. And then I also, you can even see evidence of this in some of my videos that are still up, and I've tried to go back and delete some of them because it just made me uncomfortable having him in my videos. But in a few of my videos, I have said, hey, you should check out this video by James Somerton because I think it's good and it's on a related topic to whatever I'm talking about in this video. James Somerton pointed out in his own video on Disney, which is linked below, this era for Disney continued well beyond the Hays Code. Again, this is something that I tried to do in a lot of my videos. I tried to prop up other creators' works and sort of cite them or point other people towards them to help other creators, get audience. And again, start connecting people in my audience to their audience and, getting people to like intermingle and learn from other people beside myself, because I think that's an important thing to do. I try to do that all the time, and James was someone who I tried to do that with. I put several of his videos, just citations to his videos or sort of calls to action to go and check out his videos in my videos. And so that's sort of where we were at. We never were like super close or had like long talks. It was very, very cordial and very like, one-off sort of things. Like he did a quote read in one of my videos and things like that. At a certain point, I have to be kind of careful here because, I do have an NDA with Nebula, so there's only so much I can particularly say. But at one point, I knew he was aiming to get on Nebula, and I was on Nebula myself at that time, so I wanted to be able to help that. So it's something I spoke about publicly elsewhere. I believe he mentioned in one of his videos that he was looking to get on Nebula or something, and it wasn't the left on red line that he had in one of his videos. He said, Nebula left me on red at one point. So it's distinctly before that, but he sort of mentioned something about Nebula somewhere. I forget exactly the context. And so I actually reached out to him and said, hey, there's this Discord server that, Nebula folks are on. It's a Discord server that has nothing to do with Nebula, but it's a creator. So it was a creator Discord. It doesn't even exist anymore. I don't think. I haven't been on there in forever. It may still or not. But anyways, at the time, it was like, oh, there's Nebula folks on there that I know. Be on here. It's a nice place to connect with other people. I got on there, and so I got him an invite to that server and said, Nebula folks are on there. Connect with them. And to my knowledge, he never did. And then what upset me later on is him saying, Nebula left me on red in a video, implying that he had reached out to Nebula and never heard anything back. I can't speak to what actually happened between him and Nebula. I do know a little bit more about that story, but again, there's an NDA. But from what I can tell you publicly is that, like, I know that he did not reach out to anyone at Nebula through that Discord server that I intentionally set him up to go and see. Whether or not he reached out to them in other forms or venues or things like that, I cannot say for numerous different reasons. But my goal was overall to, try to help him get on Nebula, because I certainly want to, I want to queer up Nebula. Nebula's already very queer. It has a bunch of LGBTQ folks on it, but I want to always make it queer. That is always my goal. I'm here to make things that I'm a part of as queer as they possibly can be, because that is something that's very personal to me, and I liked James's work at the time and wanted to help him. That was something that he was interested in. And I've done that for other creators beyond James. It wasn't just James specifically. So when he said that Nebula left me on red, I got kind of upset at that, but I let it go. I never said anything publicly about that, but it was sort of like made me glance sideways at him, for sure. And then what really annoyed me was he did a tweet, and this is sort of what sparked off the sort of the stuff that he was sort of apologizing to me for, was he did a tweet that was, I'm paraphrasing here, I may have it saved somewhere and I'll pop it up on screen if I have it, but he said something along the lines of, Nebula does not have any queer content on it, and it's upsetting that Nebula is not interested in talking to me. It was something along those lines, which I got upset about, and I know several other queer creators on Nebula got upset. I'm not going to name them because it's not for me to tell the story, but I know that other queer creators on Nebula were upset by that, because like there are numerous queer creators on Nebula. There's not just me. There's Abigail Thorne. There's Princess Weeks. There's Maggie May Fish. There's a ton of queer people on the Cat Black. And also, this is not for me to get upset about, but he replied to a tweet that also implied that Nebula didn't have any black content creators on the platform, which again, I cannot speak for black content creators on Nebula, but I do know black content creators on Nebula who were upset by that. I was upset at that, and blame my neurodivergent brain, but I was sort of like, no, that's not cool, because in my mind it's like he has a fairly large LGBTQ audience, and if he's out there saying, oh, Nebula doesn't have queer audiences, that's to me saying like you are erasing that we exist on that platform, and you are turning your queer audience against a platform that is helping to buttress up queer people. I mean, like Nebula is literally paying for a large part of my sci-fi film identities. This is before that, but like they have been doing a lot of work to prop up queer voices in many ways, along with many other communities' voices to that I can't speak for, but I know that that's something that is part of their goal. And so to take your audience and say Nebula is not listening to queer people when there are queer people on that platform, it's harming us. Like that's directly harming queer people, in my opinion, because you're saying they don't have me on there, and thereby it's not a queer platform, and thereby like harming the queer people that are on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have a whole lot to add to this, and I do feel like like I'm getting a little lost in qualifications of a lot of these statements. But I'm gonna try listening just a little longer, and hopefully we'll find it. I don't want to listen to a full 50-minute video about this. I just wanted to see if we could get the basics of what James Somerton was referring to in his apology.
On that platform by turning your queer audience potentially against that platform that, you know.
Jesse's part of the apology is about 30 minutes in. Okay? All right. Let's check that spot. Let's check that timestamp. I'm not trying to lose context here, but we know the basic backstory of the situation.
Specifically, and they're kind of two different things. So I want to focus first on the apology itself, and then kind of focus on the second thing that I have an issue with that will lead into a larger discussion on the rest of his apology video. And this is me in editing mode, and I think I just want to put his entire apology to me here, just so that to give context for what we're going to talk about in a second. And I'm early.
We just watched this part.
I want.
Like this is me just being overly empathetic watching this footage, but I want to say this up front before I get into the next part that I recorded earlier, which I recorded with some distance from having watched it this morning, which is to say, like, this does come across as very sincere, and I
Really? Oh no. Okay. We're all entitled to our own opinions. I guess we're all entitled to our own opinions. Okay, if you say so.
and it might even be completely sincere. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being too empathetic. Because
I will say I'm not your friend. I don't know you personally. I think I've had one conversation with Jessie Gender, and it was fine. But you're being too empathetic here. That did not come across to me, nor to most people, I think, that as a sincere apology. And in fact, the fact that he follows it up by trying to imply that your audience has dangerous people in it who tried to hurt him, as if that's somehow relevant to whether he's apologizing for what he personally did, seemed like a dirty move to me. That's just my opinion. Whether Jessie Gender watches this video or not, that's my opinion.
I'm going to say next is going to kind of like actually talk earnestly about like what I feel about this, and I stand by all of it, but like there's just a part of me that wrestles with it because it's like it does feel earnest, and I want to believe that. But as you'll see, it's difficult for me to do that for what I will now cut back to. Looking at his apology and what he says to me specifically and about the situation, I have very mixed feelings on that part of it. And I think it comes down to just the lack of ability to try.
Anarcho-Delphi, that's a really weird thing to say. I'm not gonna lie, that's a really fucking weird thing to say. Just putting that out there.
Trust him at this stage of the game, and it's something that he readily admits to in the video, that his people's trust in him has been destroyed, not just because of the situation I just outlined, but because of the stuff with the plagiarism and him having plagiarized from people. Like, it's difficult to trust him on anything he says because of that, and how he has framed accusations of plagiarism before. And that kind of goes into this. Like, he has been accused of plagiarism before this, and every time he did, he always claimed, like, oh, they're coming to attack me. Like, H-Bomber talked about this in his video. Like, when someone said, you plagiarized my video, James Somerton framed it as, like, they are harassing me, when that was not the case. They were literally just saying, you plagiarized from me, which was what happened. Again, check out H-Bomber for the details on that. So when he discusses the situation, it just leads me to question whether it is true or not. And I'm not here to say that it isn't true, but I just don't have any ability to trust that it is. And the questions that I have are like, did you actually receive death threats from my audience? Because the thing that I remember was that you said, like, someone's going to falsely accuse you of sexual assault from my audience, and then it became death threats from my audience. And I had assumed that the false accusation of sexual assault was the thing that you went to the police for. At least that's my remembrance of the timeline events, but I have no proof of that because I wasn't with James at those times. But that was my remembrance of what he had called the cops on. So he now frames it here that it was the death threat. So like, there's an inconsistency in my mind there. But again, that might just be because I don't know the full timeline events from his point of view. So that may actually be the case. But that's like something that weirds me out a little bit. And then also the fact that he has, you know, called people rightfully calling out his plagiarism harassment before makes me then wonder, like, were these death threats that he was getting supposedly from my audience also real? And I don't know.
Yeah, this is I'm glad that she brought this up because, yeah, he has a history of framing all forms of critique as some form of harassment. He has a history, a demonstrable on-record history, which we've looked at in previous videos on this, and also even H Bomber Guy brought this up. And I believe Todd in the Shadows also brought up examples of this. So these have been fairly well documented of him completely misrepresenting the form of messages directed at him and writing them all off as dangerous threats and all kinds of things. Which again, people online do get very dangerous and weird threats from people, but not all criticism comes in that form. And if you're going to bring that thing up, especially in the context of something like this, it's important to have your ducks in a row and to make sure that there's a time that the time and place is right to be talking about those things. Anyway, let's continue.
And I'm not trying to say that it didn't happen. Like, because if it did, it's fucking awful and I condemn that. So I want to be very clear on that, but I just can't trust him that that's the case because of everything that has gone on. And it sucks because I want to believe that he is being honest and sincere in his presenting.
He's not. I'm sorry. I do not believe he's not, and I believe there is evidence that shows that he is not. He words his message in a way that is designed to promote certain emotions, but what is evidenced in what he's actually talking about and the structure of his so-called apology, there is no sign of genuine apology there present. This is just my message, my opinion that I want shared to Jessie. Of
his view of what happened. But I just can't. And again, like in my mind, and the reason that I have to like present it this way, and it just leads me down to like other questions as well of like, he states also at one point that someone tried to falsely accuse him of sexual assault, which is weird to me because he says it was a woman who did that and he is a publicly known gay man. So it's just this weird thing of like, why would someone falsely accuse him of sexual assault in my name if they also know that he's a gay man? That just seems like something weird to do, to have someone like say, I'm a woman, I'll falsely accuse this gay man of sexual. It just feels weird. And like, again, this is like not something I want to go down the rabbit hole of, but it just like leads me to be like, that just feels like a weird story for someone to have come at you with if it was true. And it like also leans into this whole thing of like the biases in our society of like women making false accusations against men, and it feels like it plays into that. But it just if it's a made up story, that just it fits into that. But if it's real, then it's like that's what a weird thing for someone to have done. Not even just like the part of it being like death threats fucking are awful and weird that anyone would do that, but like this specifically is an accusation. And so it sends me into the spiral of like I don't know what to believe in this situation. And I guess what I have to say is like, before I could even begin to think of accepting an apology, what I would want is to see the police report that he says that he filed. Because if he did file a police report I don't know how it works in Canada, I know he's in Canada. In America, I know that to file a false police report comes with a lot of legal problems. So I don't know if that's the same in Canada, but I would presume that would be the case.
Okay, I think we've gotten the message. So while Jessie wants to believe that James was being genuine, she does not currently believe that that's the case. Is that I think that's a fair analysis, right? Does that seem fair? That there's too much going on in this situation to be able to trust it. And therefore, to me, that does not sound like an accepted apology. And it sounds like the apology, the quote-unquote apology directed at Jessie Gender, was dubious enough and suspect enough that Jessie does not feel comfortable accepting it in its current form. I think that's a fair analysis of what we got from Jessie's video and watching James's own video. Jessie also does also state that James didn't name or blame her in the police report. But if the police told him not to talk to her, how did they know about her? That is an interesting question. I mean, Jessie said that she didn't see the police report. So yeah. So maybe she doesn't know that. Maybe that's just a claim that he made. But it obviously then he's lying. So if he said that he didn't name her, but then he did because the police told him not to talk to her, that means he's just lying again. We have another example of him telling dishonest mistruths. Okay. Now is time for the portion of the DramaMama video where we talk about our read of the situation. We've looked at some various supporting evidence. We've looked at the evidence itself. We've watched through the receipts that are available. And now we have to sit down and think about it and come to a conclusion. But I'm going to be completely real. And I apologize for this at the beginning of the video, that I knew that it was going to be very difficult to do our usual fairly impartial read of the situation because of the previously existing context. And I don't think that there's not a lot of question as to what's going on here. To me, this apology video comes off as incredibly insincere and manipulative. The structure of it is designed to front load an emotionally manipulative message that focuses on the hardships that he has gone through. It centers him as a grieved central character who made mistakes as a result of the hardships going on in his life. It puts a ton of blame on Nick with no evidence of those claims, just zero evidence provided whatsoever that Nick did any of the things that James accused him of, or accused them of. James basically apologizes for being forgetful. He apologizes for people feeling bad. He apologizes for vaguely fucking up and taking from people who he doesn't name. We know that he hasn't reached out to H Bomber Guy, and he uses this video to glorify the projects that he was working on in the past and to set himself up for a new Patreon with new projects for the future. This is a clear attempt to dispel as much of the controversy as he can so that he can go on making more money without ever actually having dealt with any of the real things that he did. And it's pathetic. And it's manipulative. And I think it's important to call it for what it is. A manipulative attempt to further rope in vulnerable members of his audience into subsidizing his future endeavors in dishonesty. I don't believe there's any reason to trust a single word out of his mouth. He does not provide any evidence or proof of anything that he says. You would think that if he was going to be doing a measured response to H Bomber Guy's 4-hour, heavily cited and evidenced video, that he would actually come with some evidence of anything that he claimed, but he didn't. It's all just his personal story, filled with his feelings on the matter about how sad and hard his life is and how you should feel bad for him and how he's going to do good things in the future and how he's going to promote queer people in the future. He is functionally attempting to restart the grift. What he focused on in this video was trying to sell you the idea that he's an ally, that what he's going to do in the future is learn from his mistakes and continue to help trans and gay and queer people. He's trying to reboot the grift. Now, I don't think he's going to succeed. And in fact, I hope he doesn't succeed. I hope my video and my analysis here contributes to people not allowing him to succeed on this. And that's not because I believe he needs to be punished. I don't think that punishing him is what is important here at all. What I think, though, is preventing him from manipulating people further. He has not proven that he is even able to deal with correcting the mistakes that he currently made or owning up to them in an honest manner. This is not a person who should be trusted. His word should not be trusted. He should not be given money, other people's hard-earned cash, to make things when he cannot be trusted with truthfulness on those things. Especially trying to reboot the name under his own brand. To me, this screams like the behaviors of a manipulative con artist, desperately attempting to continue to gather fame because he is obsessed with his own fame. He's obsessed with being seen as an intellectual person, as a contributor to the history of the queer world. He likes that idea. He loves being seen that way. It's very, very obvious in the way that he presents everything about his work. And I think he wants to continue doing it. And I think he's hoping that this will dupe people. And I don't think it should. And I hope that people will continue to remind others that he is not trustworthy, that he has not proven even one thing to make him trustworthy. Now, let's look right now. We got the James Somerton X Patreon. I think is what it's called. James of Telos. Now, unfortunately, this is his new Patreon. James Somerton X, James of Telos. And he has 11 paid members already. Now, it's possible that that most of these members are people trying to get in to be able to document his stuff. But even still, the fact that there are 11 paid members is both a tragedy and a comfort. It's a tragedy because it's sad that anyone at all would be paying money after that heinously, lazily slapped together manipulative apology. But it's also encouraging knowing that that apology video, let me just double check real quick. I want to make sure I get the numbers exactly right. Hold on. Let's just see it real quick. The James Somerton apology has 140,000 views, in which, and the, by the way, just so we're clear here, the second line in the description is a promo for his Patreon. If there's any reason to, if there's anything that convinces you, if the video didn't convince you that this was a shallow attempt to make more money, that should. The fact that the Patreon is one of 2 lines of text in the fucking video response. But 140,000 views on that video, and he only managed to get 11 patrons out of it, should say that his reputation is destroyed. But there's a problem, of course, that must be considered, which is the fact that his reputation might not stay destroyed. He's hoping that with this very soft rebrand, this shift away from the original Patreon, that over time people will forget and start giving him money again. And maybe that nobody will go and do their due diligence to find out if he actually changed his habits. He might just get a little sneakier with his plagiarism. We have no reason to believe that he won't. And that's concerning. Again, I believe that this is the sort of thing that needs to stick with him until he really, really becomes serious about fixing things. And not just fixing things, but stepping away from this type of work. I'm not saying he shouldn't be able to work as a marketing person. I'm not saying he shouldn't be allowed to work as a camera operator. But as a writer, making historical claims, making factual claims, as a writer attempting to make an imprint on queer history, he should not be allowed near any of that because his actions are an active detriment. We've seen that they're an active detriment. We've seen that what he does is take from others for himself and then create a mess that makes it very, very difficult to track anything down. Dark Slime Zero points out, he doesn't direct anyone to the people he plagiarized, to H Bomber Guy or anyone, just a straight link to his Patreon, despite saying he didn't want anyone that doesn't know about the plagiarism. His actions do not add up. That is correct. All of his actions add up to me very clearly to say he wants to make a living again. He wants to continue living comfortably. He doesn't want to sell the expensive camera. He doesn't want to have to make a change to his livelihood. He doesn't want to have to make any deep changes. He just wants to put out a smokescreen so that people will slowly start forgetting and he can start raking in the cash again. And unfortunately, people have gotten away with that in the past. Will you cover it if Nick responds? Yes, I will. If Nick responds, I will cover it. As long as it's a substantial response. If Nick just responds by saying, you know, I don't like this, then probably not. But yes, if Nick responds, I will cover it. I don't know what else there is to say about this. This apology is worse than the first one. It's worse than nothing. It's actively worse than nothing because, especially because we know he didn't reach out to H Bomber Guy about the fund. That is just a level of brazen dishonesty, brazen scam artistry that is, it's hard to even reckon with, you know, when you look at that and you go, oh my God. Like, some people really will just lie straight to your face all the way to the end. They will, it is like, you know, it reminds you of gaslighting, you know, where it's like incontrovertible proof can be in front of them and they'll be like, no, the sky is red. Incredible. It's a bad thing, you know, and the reason why I cover something like this is because James Somerton didn't just steal. He didn't just steal and self-aggrandize. He stole and self-aggrandized off of people who were more vulnerable than him. He put himself at the top of a pile of people who already struggle. And he did so in a way that he didn't just parasitize, you know? He straight up just carved it out. His videos got mass appeal because of the words of other people. He built a reputation online, which thankfully is now destroyed, that other people deserved. That other people, like, I don't know, it's so heinous. The example of him talking about the celluloid closet and his inability to just acknowledge that it wasn't like an oopsie, oh, I need to reflect on this, that he was clearly and visibly wanted the glory that came from a dead guy's work. It's terrible. It wasn't just like he was pandering, you know? It wasn't like he was just pandering to the tastes of queer people and being a little scummy in the process. He looked for queer people that he could easily steal from, who were doing good work, who deserved to be able to put food on the table and pay their bills and live in comfort with the great and beautiful things that they are contributing to this world. And he contributed to that not being able to happen. It's so fucking gross. It's so fucking sickening. I guess that's why I care about it. You know? Anyway, the evidence is all out there. Nothing has changed. Literally nothing that he said in either of his apology videos changes anything. He didn't address meaningfully anything in H-Bomber-Guy's video. He didn't address anything meaningfully from Todd in the Shadows video. He didn't address anything meaningfully from my first apology video. Nothing. It was all just dodge, 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 and emotional manipulation. And I want to be clear. I'm not saying that sad things didn't happen to him. Like, I'm not doubting that some of the things that he said that were horrible and sad actually happened. It's just that none of them matter in the context of what the discussion that's being had about his behavior, like, none of them matter in that context. They don't matter at all in that context. He's providing emotionally charged context that doesn't directly refer to what's going on. And people would be open to hearing about his struggles. If he had started, you know, if the Telos Pictures thing, the Indiegogo, had gone a different direction. Let's say he doesn't do the Indiegogo, and instead he says, damn, guys, imagine if he booted up his stream and said, hey, everybody, shit's been really hard. I've been fighting with an insurance company over my mom's life insurance policy, and they're trying to basically rip me off. And that's making things really difficult. And my mom left me money to try and make a movie with, and I don't know if I'm gonna get that. And then he said, okay, I'm not getting the money. I got ripped off. I got ripped out of the funds, you know? And then he said, I wanna do an Indiegogo to make a movie. One movie. Not a production company with 8 movies. Not a production company meant to make queer art happen. He just said, I want to run a fan Indiegogo to try and make a movie. And he wrote about it like that. You heading to bed? Oh, wow. Damn, you're going to... Oh, I guess it's 11 already. Wow, I've been going forever. Yikes. Time flies when you're getting tortured by a manipulative, gaslighting liar. I love you. I love you. You want to say hi to the stream? Oh, that's Doe's hand. But bye, I love you. I hope you rest well.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your stream.
I'll see you in the morning. I don't know. Again, I have a lot of sympathy for film projects being difficult, for artistic projects failing, okay? God knows I've had a million of them, okay? I get it. I know it firsthand, and it's painful too. But there's a whole world of difference between running a crowdfunding campaign where you say, hey guys, I want to try and do this thing. Here's what I'm going to try and do, and succeeding or failing, versus selling someone the world and never even having a drop of it to begin with. I have 8 movies lined up that I thought about. And he admits it in this fucking apology video that they didn't even have the films written. They hadn't even begun writing them when they had gotten the funding for Telos. They had 8 movies or 7 movies, whatever number of movies listed on that. How many movies were listed on that Indiegogo? Let me get the number correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was right. 7 movies. They had 7 movies listed on that Indiegogo, and he admitted in this movie that they hadn't even written one yet. absurd. And terrible. And terrible. My lovely imps, that's all I have to say about James Somerton for now. If there's more updates, we'll follow up as we do here on DramaMama. But don't worry, the show's not over. I still have a treat for all of you who decide to remain. If you enjoyed this, please make sure that you subscribe down below because I would love to have your eyes and ears on my signal. I churn out some truly amazing streams, okay? You know, I don't do a video essay churn, okay? My grind is I get on this camera and I perform for you all. That's my grind, all right? And I'm rocking it. My fans will tell you, they love what I make. There's over 500 people watching right now, and you could be one of them if you hit subscribe down below, and I would love to have you. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. And if you're watching live, stay tuned, because we got a lot of stuff coming. Not a lot, we got a little more coming. That was a good, how was the segment, everybody? Pretty good? All right, so those of you who are still watching, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna play the amazing new Bathroom remix. If you haven't heard the Bathroom song remix, it's fucking incredible, okay? I'm gonna play the Bathroom song remix, and then I have a treat for all of us, okay? It's gotten late. This apology took longer even than I expected it to because there was a lot to dig into. There was a lot to go through. But I'm gonna play the Bathroom song and I'm gonna be right back. Don't go anywhere. I've got a treat for you when I come back, and you're gonna miss out if you go away. You don't wanna miss out because it's goddamn incredible, all right? I have a treat. Be right back.
Hey, that Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stand on most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this pack down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now. If you're on your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
That was beautiful, right? What an incredible, incredible track. Thank you, Anonymous Platypus. My hair is at a very good length right now. I plan on getting it colored soon, hopefully. I've been a little busy. I've been hoping to get out and do that, but I've got like a million things on my plate. Everything's stacking up. I got a lot of work to do this year. And that is the amazing Bathroom Remix by Calliope. Wait, that's not, oh, it's the Bathroom Remix. Hold on. There it goes. I don't know why that command didn't work for you. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. So hold on. I got to go through all of my little links up here. Hold on a second. Let me close out of these links. Okay, so we got some memes. Maybe we'll do those in a minute. But I have to do the stuff I have planned first. That comes primary. Okay, everybody. First of all, can you guys stop it, please? In chat, can you guys stop being fucking drama frogs? Look, I understand if you have a problem with a specific content creator, and there's a time and a place to bring that shit up, but that time and a place for you to bring up your fucking weird issues with a content creator is not when we're trying to get to the bottom of a story about James Somerton, and it makes you look like fucking freaks. It makes the imps look bad, okay? I'm serious. It does. I get it that you guys, I get it that you guys have issues, and I am not even gonna say that your issues are without merit, okay? I actually completely agree with some of the things that were brought up by some of you people in chat. But when you post it out of place, okay, it comes off weird, annoying, and obsessive, okay? And I don't fucking like it. And in the future, if I have an issue like that, I will simply mute you. Because I'm gonna start getting aggressive if I see that shit. I've been very permissive of it, but I'm not going to be permissive in the future, okay? Because it looks fucking bad. You have to remember, I post my stream segments as videos so I can make an income. And if you guys are fucking spamming my screen with stupid, irrelevant, unrelated bullshit that makes you come off as parasocially hyper-attached drama mongers, that makes my community look bad. I get it if you don't like something a content creator did, but we can talk about that another time. In fact, we have talked about it. So it's not like you're being like the one and only person speaking truth to power, okay? You're meting out incomprehensible nonsense, okay? When you fucking bring up, oh, the cat, you look like a psycho to anybody who isn't on the exact same drama wavelength as you, okay? And I get it. Yes, I think that was a fucking cringe situation, and I think the take was fucking terrible, and I have no idea why the fuck anybody would ever talk about that in the way that it was talked about, okay? But anybody who goes and tries to watch my video is gonna see people like that being fucking weird in chat and making weird comments and go, what the fuck is wrong with these people? All right, wait a second. What is this? Is this real? I can't do this because this is a fucking clip from a Fox television show.
Peter, this is the...
Oh wait, it's impersonations. Okay, so I can do this. All right, fine. We get a Peter Griffin meme. Let's do it. Let's see it. This isn't real actual clips. It's...
Peter, this is the most reckless thing you've ever done.
Oh, come on, Lois. What about that time I was in Fortnite?
Well, it was a Peter Griffin meme. What can I say? All right, it was a Peter Griffin meme. All right. All right. All right. Let's see our Kaniku man of the day. Kaniku man of the day. I'm loving this guy's mask. And he's gotten tight lacing on those boots. I'm feeling it. Oh, look at that beautiful backdrop. What a beautiful backdrop. That's magical. I'm sorry. That is magical. Pixel art, beautiful city skyline. Wow. Oh, we got lady. Damn. It does look like Dusty Rhodes, doesn't it? Damn. All right, that's cool as hell. The city skyline really sold that one for me. All right, everybody. But now it's time, okay? Now it's time for the treat that I have planned for you all. That's right. Remember when I said that I had a special episode planned for you today? You ready? Wow, Nuts, you're getting really defensive about the Family Guy. I mean, it didn't make me laugh because it just wasn't that funny. He just said, remember that time I was in Fortnite? And then it was a Fortnite reference, which to me is just like, okay. Yeah, he was in Fortnite, and I do remember it. I don't know. But anyway, now it's time to do something for fucking real, okay? Now it's time for fucking real, all right? Durker said, I love your streams, but the memes I just don't get. Maybe it's because I'm 42 years old. They're just super annoying to me. Okay, those memes are, you have to understand, those memes are gifts, okay? From Mr. Krabs 123. Mr. Krabs 123 represents a very specific demographic of this channel, okay? And that is, those memes help you stay in touch. All of you older viewers, and even myself to a certain degree, all of you who aren't in the demographic, it helps you keep in touch with a very specific demographic, all right? Now, the Kaniku Man stuff are not memes. That's just us appreciating a genuinely beautiful game that has an unbelievable amount of animation put into it. The Kaniku Man muscle fight game is out of control, all right? And the Kaniku Man fandom is one of the most passionate fandoms in the world. I watch those because I just love watching them. They're nice, they're cool. The memes though, those keep you in touch with a specific subset of, it's like there's a zone of like Gen Z, Gen Alpha, okay? That love those kind of memes. So if you don't get them, sometimes it's because they're legitimately not funny, but sometimes it's just because they're touching on a demographic within a demographic, a sub-demographic. And you, by seeing them, you might be enlightened in some strange way. It's kind of like, it's like peering into a comedy show, like a comedy show about a niche in a language you don't speak. And when you recognize what makes it funny, it's like you have a cross-cultural enlightenment moment. And that's what those are for, okay? Now, enough waffling, enough yapping, enough, what's the other things that people are saying right now? Enough goofing, all right? Enough pussyfooting around. My lovely imps, tonight I bring you a special treat, okay? I've done a lot of Cooking Mama episodes in the past where we watch all kinds of cooking, but tonight I have a very, very special video for you. And this is a crossover episode. So fans of Cooking Mama and fans of Holy Mackerel, you get to both eat tonight. You're eating good. Because tonight I have been gifted a very special video. Okay? And the video that I have been gifted is a review that almost no one on the planet has seen. That's right. You are going to be the privileged eyes. So we have to be very kind and also enjoy this. Oh my goodness. No, it's playing. Stop.
See,
Stop. Stop. There we go. Okay. We don't know if Holy Mackerel will return. If that doesn't make any sense to you because you're one of my new or viewers who doesn't know about Holy Mackerel, go look on my channel. Just go to my channel and search Holy Mackerel and click on the playlist and watch it. I promise you, I vow to you, you will thank me. You will be forever thankful if you go and watch the Holy Mackerel playlist. It's the funniest shit I've ever done in my entire life. Go watch it, please. I guarantee you, you're gonna love it. But if you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. Holy Mackerel might be gone. We might never see Holy Mackerel again. We don't know what's gonna happen in the future. The future is uncertain and scary, but it's Lent. And if Holy Mackerel isn't showing up, then it's time for us to become the mackerel. And that's what we're doing tonight on Cooking Mama, because we are going to be watching a Catholic review with under 1,000 views. I ate every fast food fish sandwich for Lent. That's right. We have a real live Catholic, real live reviewing, and we get to be one of the few lucky eyes to watch this. Very few people have seen it. So this is fresh. This is fresh off the griddle. This fish has jumped right out of the fryolator and onto your plate. Thanks to Demon Mama. The channel is SoFarSoGood. Okay? With just 748 subscribers. And I've been told that this is going to be a blessing. I haven't seen it, so I don't know what to expect. I've just been told that it's good. Let's do it. Let's do this. It's Cooking Mama time. Let's do it!
Forgive me, Father, for I have finned. See, because fishes have fins. I'm making a video about fish.
Woohoo! Oh, I love it! Out of focus, messed up green screen, messed up fake priest collar. Oh my God, I'm already loving it. I'm already loving it. This is perfect. You see what I mean? It's oh my God, let's do it.
Sandwich.
What's on his forehead? What you are witnessing on his forehead is the mark of the cross. The mark of the cross is drawn in ash on the head of Catholics and other believers on Ash Wednesday during Lent as a symbol of the beginning of the Lent period. It's a religious symbol. It's a way to remind yourself of your religious commitments and to remind others of their religious commitments. And they draw it on their head. And you've actually probably seen a lot of people with the ash cross. A lot of people were talking about it because AOC, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had the ash cross on her forehead. It's not as common in the United States where there aren't as many Catholics. Catholics in the United States are a religious minority, but not that much of a religious minority. But the more you know. Anyway, let's continue.
I think this would be good for the intro. So this is the intro of the video. It's a good pun. I think this is really funny.
By the way, before we continue, let me remind you that we imps raid with love. So if we love this video, you know what we're gonna do at the end. You know what we're gonna do at the end. And we're in the Grand Gardener arc. Imps raid with love. Let's go.
Greetings and happy Friday, my parishioners of Our Lady of SoFarSoGood Parish.
Oh, I love it.
I hope you're having a happy Lent. It's the second Friday in Lent. Ash Wednesday was last week, so I hope you're keeping to your Lenten resolutions. I'm keeping to mine very well. This year, I've given up showering and washing my face. For those of my viewers who are going
don't do that.
To hell when they die, Lent is the time of year when billions of Christians all over the world remember the 40 days that Jesus spent in the desert before the Easter.
This is legendary! Oh my god! I'm in love! This is legendary! The passive aggression for all those going to hell when they die. Incredible! Oh!
Season. It's a time of year when Catholics are encouraged to engage in prayer, almsgiving, and giving up chocolate or something and being really grumpy about it. But it also means that you have to abstain from eating meat on Fridays, with the exception, of course, of fish. Since Christ was crucified on Good Friday, a sacrifice of his mortal flesh, the Catholic Church teaches that her faithful disciples should abstain from eating flesh on Fridays in Lent as an act of penance. But I believe it's because the Pope wants to hog all the pork chops for himself, because he's a greedy little guy. And centuries of...
Hold on a second. Do we got an anti-Vatican? Is this... Oh no! Have we stumbled across another church militant type? Oh no.
Catholic culinary tradition and innovation have all culminated into Lent into one of the greatest American culinary traditions, the church basement fish fry. Gloria in excelsis Deo, I love me some fish fry. There is nothing better on God's green earth than going into the basement of St. Benedict's Catholic School and loading up that styrofoam plate with...
I'm not gonna lie, this looks so fucking good. Oh, this looks so good. This one does kind of look like they fried a butcher knife though, or a kitchen knife, not a butcher knife. Butcher knives are the big chunky ones. This one it does look a little bit like, but it still looks great. A golden fry, incredible, okay? Here's a secret, okay? I'm Demon Mama, okay? They try to tell you that demons can't enter churches, but it's not true, okay? It's not true. In fact, it was only just a few years ago that I was last in a church basement eating food, and I didn't catch on fire. They couldn't repel me. So all I'm saying is, maybe if you like fried fish, maybe this is the opportunity to for my imps to go visit their local parishes and go, oh yes, me lord, I love thee on high. Give me some grub. Let's go.
Overcooked pieces of cod, soggy crinkle-cut fries, and...
Wrong. These don't look soggy, and that does not look overcooked. But all right.
Warm coleslaw. It's Midwestern excellence. Truly a Michelin star experience. And on a fateful Friday in the year 1962, a McDonald's franchise owner in Cincinnati noticed that hamburger sales would plummet during the Lenten season in his predominantly Catholic neighborhood. So he slapped a processed fish patty, some tartar sauce, and half a slice of American cheese on a springy steamed bun, and the rest is...
Okay, I'm sorry. Some people are going to hate me for this, but straight up, the Filet-O-Fish is legendary, and I regularly order the Filet-O-Fish when I go to McDonald's. Like, regularly. It's fantastic.
Fast food history, the Filet-O-Fish was born, and by 1965, it was flying off the counters of McDonald's all over the country. The McDonald's Filet-O-Fish is the most Catholic food ever created, truly. I would argue even more Catholic than communion wafers. I mean, every Catholic in this country has eaten their weight in these things by this point in their life. They're such an important part of Catholic culture, and they're a perfect nostalgic treat to anyone who's ever thought, oh, it's a Friday in Lent, isn't it? Should probably eat fish or something. I haven't even been to church in... I don't know how. What even is my confirmation name again? How am I gonna raise even the point anymore? What's the point of any of this? But what if McDonald's isn't a very viable option to a young, very devout Catholic?
Now that is a Catholic moment. That right there is a Catholic moment. Whoo! Eating a single bite of a fish sandwich and having a guilt meltdown in the middle of a crowded city. That's about as Catholic as it gets.
Like me? How is a young, very devout Irish Catholic boy like me going to get his fast food fried fish fix? Well, thankfully, the capitalist machine has plenty of options for us Catholics, as every single fast food chain in this country has tried some kind of fish option at some point. So today, I am going to rank every single fast food fish sandwich that was within 5 miles of my apartment. Now, this isn't a perfectly extensive list, but
look! It's the Holy Mackerel's cousin!
I live in a quite a dense urban area, so there are quite a few options to choose from. Now, this list is not going to include Long John Silver's, that is Protestant food. I'm also not including any...
Oh my god, roasted!
Tuna related, like the Subway tuna, because it needs to be fried fish. And Subway's tuna isn't even real tuna. We don't know what the hell that stuff is. So I'm restricted.
Do not trust the Subway tuna. Listen, I agree with this guy on this. Do not trust the Subway tuna, okay? That is bad news, okay? First of all, why the hell would you ever go to a sandwich place and order fucking tuna? Tuna is like 30 cents a can. Even if you were going to a place where a Subway is, which is usually like attached to a convenience store, walking into the convenience store and buying bread, mayo, and tuna is cheaper than going to Subway, and it will taste better. Anyway, let's continue.
Restricting my list to just fried fish sandwiches.
2 hours later.
So I went out and got...
Tuna is not $4 a can. No, it is not. Lie. Incorrect.
6 fish sandwiches from 6 different restaurants. Here they are. We're going to find out which one is better or the most comparable
to
the filet of fish. So we all know and love.
Okay. So the baseline is the filet of fish. All right. I'm gonna put out a guess. Okay. I'm gonna put out a guess here real quick. This is my personal guess. The Culver's is gonna be probably the top sandwich. Okay. And alongside it is going to be Wendy's. Popeyes will probably be on the upper end of the list, but probably not as good as Culver's and Wendy's. Then it'll be White Castle, then Dairy Queen, and finally Burger King. Now, there's a small possibility that Burger King is higher on the list, and the only way that that will be the case is if his local Burger King is still like kicking. It still has people working there who haven't hollowed out yet. Burger King is so bad of a restaurant, okay? It is so goddamn terrible. It is one of 2 restaurants that we have blacklisted in our house, which is the blacklist in our house for fast food is that if anybody recommends it, the rest of the people in my house are committed to discouraging everyone from going there. So, and I'll test it sometimes just to be clear. I'll say, hey, you guys want to get Burger King? And everyone will go, no, all at once because it's blacklisted. Same thing goes for Jack in the Box. That's the other one that's blacklisted. They got on the blacklist more recently than Burger King. Burger King was the first blacklisted restaurant ever. Now, back in the day, though, Burger King's fish sandwich was actually legit. I know, that sounds like a surprise. So if this guy's local Burger King happens to be okay, I believe it's possible that Burger King will be higher on the list, and that's my caveat. But I'm not gambling on it because most Burger Kings are literally so bad you can't even believe it. If you haven't been to a Burger King recently and you don't believe me, I dare you, go try it, because I cannot even express how bad the quality has plummeted in Burger King. Burger King is on its last legs. First of all, like a bunch of their restaurants have closed up permanently, but it is so bad. The ones that remain are miserable experiences, okay? It is nightmarish. Al the Healer says, Demon Mama is the only person I've ever heard bring up Papa Murphy's pizza. It's legendary. It's fucking legendary. Papa Murphy's was a lifesaver. Before I became a streamer, let me just tell you, okay? I was on some hard times, okay? We were severely impoverished before I became a streamer. And I mean really impoverished, okay? And Papa Murphy's was a godsend because it was a good pizza that you can get on EBT. You can buy those motherfuckers with EBT. And it's good. You have to bake it yourself, but they're good-ass pizzas. They're actually good pizzas. But anyway. Yeah, you can buy it with food stamps. Yep. And it is good, especially their chicken bacon ranch pizza. Their chicken bacon ranch deep dish pizza is legitimately legendary. I miss it sometimes. When they give it to you, they give it to you in a aluminum foil deep dish thing that's lined with butter. So when you bake it, the butter just bubbles and sizzles and crisps up the crust. It's magical. You can't even get a real, like, a yummy flavored deep dish like that at like Pizza Hut doesn't do it that good. It's amazing. Anyway, we got to get back to this video. So again, I'll state it one more time. My prediction, Culver's and Wendy's at the top, followed by Popeyes, followed by White Castle, followed by DQ, followed by Burger King, with a small percentage chance that Burger King pulls ahead because of an anomaly. Let's do it.
Better or the most comparable to the Filet-O-Fish that we all know and love. A little communion wine to wash this down. So we're going to do the cheapest sandwich in our list first, which was the White Castle fish slider with cheese. It came in at just under...
It's a slider. Bad news. Bad news. That's not good.
$3. And it is also the...
But at $3, $3 is a low price point, which will probably temper the expectations. Let's see
smallest sandwich, of course, by a lot. But first, of course, this is a Catholic show. We need to say grace. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy fish I'm about to receive into my stomach and pass through my colon. Amen. And with your spirit.
Nah.
Much like the Filet-O-Fish, it's a little square patty. Fish are not square, so it's definitely processed, been ground up, turned into a small patty form, getting crumbs all over my floor. Much better than I was expecting, honestly. I don't expect a lot from White Castle. For what this is, you know, I could snack on 2 of these.
Yeah, see, for what this is, the price point is gonna buy us this. $3. I'm still guessing. I'm still holding my placement though. I think it's gonna be below the Wendy's. I think it'll be below the Wendy's, below the Popeyes, and below the Culver's for sure. Culver's. If you all don't know what Culver's is, shout out to all my Midwest folks. If you're out there in the Midwest and you know what Culver's is, the Lord and Satan's blessings to you, okay? If you don't know what Culver's is, you sad sack of shit. You poor, unfortunate soul. Culver's is probably the single best burger chain in the United States of America. And they have cheese curds. Everything they do is good. I haven't had a single bad thing at Culver's ever. And we went to Culver's all over the United States, okay? We stopped at multiple Culver's on our road trip across the United States, and they were all bangers. You can get frozen custard at fast food. It's magical. Anyway, let's continue.
Tartar sauce and probably be better after a night of heavy drinking. I'd give this like a C tier. Not the worst thing in the world.
Yes, I knew it. Oh, my placement is so good.
Any port in a storm. So we've gone from the smallest sandwich to the what I hope is the biggest sandwich. It's named.
All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. I have not pre-watched this. I haven't seen this. I was told this was amazing, but I haven't seen it myself.
The big fish from Burger King. It better live up to its name. This thing isn't big. I want all of my $4.45 back that I paid for this. Once again, we got a square patty. It is pretty comparable in size.
Ooh, that lettuce is looking sad. All right, I'm holding strong. This is gonna be garbage. This is looking already like the sure sign of Burger King fuckery.
To the Whopper. So now you can have a sandwich that's the size of a Whopper with none of the sin and twice as much foot lettuce.
Okay, oh my God, I'm loving this guy's inconsistent audio quality. It's really reminding me of Holy Mackerel. God, this is amazing.
You like that one? That's good, right? That like the meme. Like that one's like the meme. I did the meme. The Burger King foot lettuce meme. This one's still warm, thank God.
What did I tell you? I knew it! Oh, I knew it!
I don't know if this is from the fish or the tartar sauce they're using. There's a weird aftertaste going on. The bun is very nice. The bun is better than I remember Burger King being. I've been at Burger King in a long time. Something about the sauce just tastes really off. Like it's
probably bad. Burger King's they're in terrible condition right now. Burger King, never bet on a Burger King. I'm telling you, there's a reason. Look at me, okay? Look, I'm a food lover. You guys know this. I run Cooking Mama, a show where all I do is talk about food. You guys see me eat on stream half the time and the shit that I like to put in my body, okay? There's a reason why I blacklisted Burger King from our entire house. And everybody agreed to the blacklist. They suck. You're likely to get sick at a Burger King.
It's almost like it's gone rotten. This one is not great. I honestly might think that for what it is, the White Castle one was better. So this one is probably still a C tier, but just below the White Castle.
I changed my mind. This one blows. Yes!
Up next, the sandwich I had to drive the farthest for. This is the Wild Alaskan Fish Sandwich from Dairy Queen. Not looking forward to this one. Dairy Queen, of course, as we all know, very well known for their food. There was a journalist from Business Insider who described this sandwich as identifiable as something that once swam. So we have a new shape unlocked.
Ooh, it's looking rough. Will it be better than White Castle? In my original, this might be the one that I fuck up on. I predicted that White Castle would be... No, wait. I said that White Castle and Dairy Queen would be in the same tier, so I might be okay.
This patty is triangular. Have not seen that yet. They're definitely trying to more closely resemble the shape of an actual fish fillet. I don't think we've seen a whole piece of fish yet. I think all of these so far have still been kind of ground up fish patties, but let's give it a go. Cheers. Oh God, it's falling apart in my hand. Very interesting. They say if you ask them really nicely, they'll grind this up into your blizzard for you. This one is surprising me so far. This one, I am very shocked. Every time I've been to Dairy Queen, the food has been awful. The food is just there so they can sell something to sell you ice cream with. It adds a nice...
True. Oh my God, he's so right. He's so correct. Okay, if you guys don't believe me, by the way, you should go to Dairy Queen and try ordering their chicken and gravy, okay? And you just tell me that isn't just, it's there for when you're starving and you can't just eat ice cream. You need something else, okay? It's not disgusting, but it's just nothing. It's chicken flavored fried thing with the blandest gravy you've ever tasted. It's not it's not bad food. It's just nothing. They got great treats. Got great ice cream treats, but okay. Oh, I had a Burger King at Dairy Queen once, and I can't remember what it tasted like at all. I remember going to to Dairy Queen, and I remember ordering the burger at Dairy Queen, and I cannot remember a single thing. That just tells you how bland it is.
Almost sweetness to it. Lettuce is looking a little floppy, a little light on the lettuce. All kind of fell towards the back of the sandwich. Tartar sauce is pretty good, nice and tangy. Tastes all right. This one's pretty good. B tier. B tier. This is the best one I've had so far.
All right. Let's see. Did I say oh shit, I can't remember. Did I say I thought White Castle or DQ would be higher? Didn't I say that I thought they would be about the same? I'm slightly off then.
Up
Slightly
next
off.
is the win.
That's my first one. Watch this. Wendy's is going to be top of the list. Watch this. Wendy's is going to be right up there with Culver's. Watch it.
Wendy's
Watch
crispy panko fish sandwich. I find it interesting that none of these sandwiches I've had so far have identified what kind of fish it is. I don't know if you guys know this. There's a lot of different kinds of fish in the ocean. It's disappointing that Wendy's usually prides itself on their fresh, never frozen beef. And you can't say that about their fish. There's just absolutely no way. Wild caught Alaskan fish. They make a point to put it right there on the label.
Okay, Goofer1 in YouTube chat says, Dairy Queen has all right food. I like their chicken tenders. But to be honest, Sonic is way better in like every way. Listen, if Sonic is your bar, I have bad news for you, okay? Sonic is like, no, Sonic fucking sucks, okay? Classist Mama comes out, don't you fucking try. Sonic is bullshit. Have you ever ordered at a Sonic? They're one of the most expensive fast food places you can go to. If you want to go to cheap, like if you want to triangulate the price, okay, you just cannot beat McDonald's as far as price is concerned, okay? There is no beating McDonald's. If it's a matter of price, you go to McDonald's and you order McDoubles, McChickens, etc., and you will always win. For quality and price, that is about the best you can get. But Sonic is way overpriced for their food. Their burgers are like crazy expensive for what you get, and what you get is fucking trash, okay? There's one good thing at Sonic, okay? One, and that's cherry limeade. Do you understand? They can give you a cherry limeade that's this fucking big. It's as big as your goddamn chest cavity, and that's the one thing that Sonic does good. Everything else, absolutely forgettable. Their burgers, forgettable. They won't make you sick, but they're nothing to write home about, okay? So if the bar is Sonic, you're in trouble. But we can't talk about Taco Bell because we could talk about, okay, actually Taco Bell is better bang for your buck than McDonald's, but I was thinking burgers, okay? I was thinking burger joints. Taco Bell is in a league of its own, okay? Taco Bell is the cheapest of all. Wrong take, wrong take, wrong take. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sonic is fucking asinine. And if I feel pity for you if Sonic is what you think is good. Because Sonic, for the price of Sonic, you can get cheese curds and an actually good burger at A&W. For the price of a hot dog, you can get a hot dog that's twice as large at A&W, and you can get A&W root beer. And if you want, you can get cheese curds as a side. I did do a fast food tier list. It was a long time ago, though. We got to do it again. We got to do it again. The worst I've had is A&W. Okay, but I'm sorry. Wait, hey, Fruitcast! We got the Fruitcast in YouTube chat. Shout out to the Fruitcast. Great to see you. Wonderful to see you. Anyway, we got to continue this shit. Let's go.
I'm making a point to tell you that there's some semblance of freshness in this, but they're still not specifying what kind of fish we're rocking with. Okay, you gotta be shitting me here. We got another square patty. I mean, this is horse shit. They're trying to tell me this is wild caught.
Oh, the Catholic swearing now. We've made him angry.
Fresh fish. No fish comes in a square, idiot. Why's there a hard piece in it? What the fuck? The lettuce, instead of shredded lettuce, is one big piece of lettuce. Got a nice snap to it. The fish itself, underwhelming. Tartar sauce, very light. And the pickles, once you get a bite in there, they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. It definitely tastes like there's more filler in it than normal, but not the worst thing. I'd put it just below the Dairy Queen at this point. B2.
Oh, wow, I was off on Wendy's. Damn. Now listen, the first one I've been truly wrong about, at least from his judgment. In my opinion, Every time I've gotten a Wendy's fish sandwich, it's been good. It has been a long time since I've gotten a Wendy's fish sandwich, so it's possible that they're not as good as they used to be. But they used to be really good. The Wendy's fish sandwich used to be solid. I think they called it like the what was it called? It was called like the Alaskan King Cod sandwich is what they used to call it. Maybe they don't do that one anymore. And unfortunate. But fair enough, I can accept being wrong. Let's continue.
And finally, we've arrived at a sandwich that actually tells you what kind of sandwich it is, and it's spicy. This is a spicy sandwich. I'm very excited. This is the spicy fried...
I predict that this will be, if this was gotten fresh, it will be good. Popeyes has, and I said that I thought that Popeyes was going to be higher up on the list, and I still hold by that. Popeyes is one of those foods where if you get it fresh, it's amazing, and if it's even cooled down like a tiny bit, it goes to trash tier really quick, unfortunately. The Popeyes chicken sandwich is legitimately incredible if you can get it fresh. But Popeyes has a lot of consistency issues. I have to just be 100% real about that. In fact, we don't go to our local Popeyes anymore after a horrifying incident. Did I tell you guys about the Popeyes incident that happened at our local Popeyes while we don't go there anymore? Oh God, it was so bad. I mean, it was genuinely horrifying. Literally the single most disgusting incident that I've ever had in any fast food ever. We actually threw a $60 order of food away. We ordered for everybody that was over at our house at the time. It was more than that. It was actually more like closer to $70. We ordered a full fucking thing and we threw it directly in the trash. And I'll tell you why, okay? You guys would agree with me when you understand, okay? So I want you to imagine throwing what it would take for you to throw an entire bag of hot and fresh Popeyes directly into the trash. Like we threw it into our trash bin. We pulled up, okay? Things were going really slow, and we were sitting at the pay window, okay? And we could see in, right? And the person who took our order was a manager, all right? And she had no mask on, first of all, which, all right, you gotta, if you're in the fast food environment, masking is still the thing that everybody does and should be doing, okay? No mask on, but okay. Some people are weird about that. She immediately, when we heard her over the speaker, she sounded super congested, okay? And I didn't know if it was just, a person, like if, maybe that she had a speech impediment. No, we got up and she was like, okay, I'll be 60, 65, 75. And I was like, uh-oh. And so she's like, running our card. She puts the card down, walks over, no mask on, to the food line while they're waiting for our food, okay? And she's walking back and forth along the cook line, coughing. Not covering her mouth, nothing, just coughing, walking back and forth along the food line. She comes back, all right, here's your food. It was, I'm not even kidding you, the single most heinous and disgusting food event that fast food experience I've ever had. It was genuinely horrible. We pulled out and I was like, we're throwing that away. No one is going to eat that. I can't even believe that we waited, and the only reason we waited is because there was a car in front of us waiting for their food and a car behind us waiting to get their food. It was the easiest $70 that I've ever thrown away in my life because there is no fucking way that I was letting anybody eat that fucking poison. Did we get a refund? God, no. Do you know how hard it is to get a refund from fast food? I ate that one. That was on my fucking card too. I paid for that. I would have still ate it. Then you are a fool. Have some goddamn self-preservation. No fucking Popeyes garbage is worth you contracting God knows fucking what, tuberculosis, from some disgusting ass manager who has no respect. You want to know the saddest part? This is the most heartbreaking part of all, okay? I'm not even joking with you. There was this super sad looking trans girl working in the corner with her mask on like this, like trying to make food away from the manager. I felt so fucking bad. I wanted to go berserk, but there's nothing you can do really. You know what I mean? Like you can call and complain. They'll have you wait on hold. I've done it before, by the way. I've done this before. I had an incident with a absolute freak at a fast food joint, and I called because the guy was like super aggressive and rude, and it was terrible. And you just sit on hold for an hour, then maybe you leave a message with somebody. They might call you back 3 days later. It takes like a week to get everything done. So sometimes you just gotta know when to fucking call it. Anyway, that's why we don't go to our local Popeyes anymore. But Popeyes generally, if you can get it fresh, is good. Let's continue.
Grouper sandwich from Popeyes. Now, Popeyes kind of burst onto the sandwich scene a couple of years ago with their chicken sandwich. Now that they've really disrupted the fast food sandwich game. So I'm excited to see what their spicy fish has in store. Comes in a nice bag, much like their chicken sandwich. It really keeps it hot. This was the first one that I bought, so if it's still warm, I'm gonna be very impressed. And it's soggy and cold. Oh, it's so wet.
That's not gonna be a fair review of this sandwich. So this is actually a problem with Popeyes packaging, okay? So Popeyes food, what makes Popeyes so good, what makes their sandwiches especially so good is how crispy they are. The Popeyes chicken sandwich is so goddamn crispy, but they put it in a foil-lined bag, okay? Which it retains all of the moisture, which means that if you don't eat it right away, it gets soggy. That's why I'm saying that Popeyes like degrades in quality rapidly if you don't eat it quickly, if you can't get it right then and there. Ideally, Popeyes is best if you can go into the restaurant and get it right then and there and eat it hot right then and there, and then it's amazing. But Five Guys has this issue. Five Guys is the worst about this. The experience of buying a Five Guys burger and eating it in the restaurant at Five Guys versus getting a Five Guys burger wrapped in tin foil is completely different. If you eat a Five Guys burger takeout, or you bring it home, you know, or you get delivery, whatever, it will be a wet mess, okay? It'll be a blob by the time it gets to you. If you eat it in the store, it's a fucking cheeseburger. Anyway, we gotta move on. We gotta finish this guy's video. Come on, let's do it.
Wet. Why is this so wet? But look at this behemoth here, guys. This is a nice big piece of fish. This is a real patty here. It looks a lot like their chicken. I hope they didn't just give me the chicken instead of the fish. I don't want to break my fast. It is Friday and Lent after all. Let's see how this one goes.
Let's see. Ah, it's soggy,
Finally,
dude.
a real piece of fish, ladies and gentlemen. I think if it were hot, I would enjoy it even more.
By the way, I'm still holding. I think he's still gonna put it high. I think Culver's is gonna be #1, but I think this one will be high on the list. Let's go.
Bun is nice and spongy, a brioche bun. The pickles at a tartness that's very welcome to break up the spiciness of the sauce. I mean, this is just excellent. I mean, this is the first S tier, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe the only one. Woo! Who knows? We got one more to find out, but this is a wonderful sandwich. Thank you, Mr. Popeye. Now, finally, we have the most expensive sandwich on our list, coming in at a whopping $8. The North Atlantic cod sandwich from Culver's. Right off the bat, they tell you what kind of fish it is and where they caught it from. So
you know that Culver's is gonna be S tier. You know I bet it's gonna knock Popeyes out.
I'm very excited by this news. That means that they are confident in this product. This one's very different. This one comes on a hoagie roll. Oh my goodness. Hold on just a moment, everybody. I need you to see this. Look at this piece of fish, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my, that is a real fried piece of fish. This is gonna be amazing. Watch it.
I mean, this is just incredible.
I'm calling it.
This is a full, actual piece of fried fish. If there were bones in it, I'd be that much happier. Straight out of Wisconsin. Let's give it a try.
Yes! I called it!
You could serve this to be on a plate at a restaurant, and I wouldn't know that it's fast food. Just enough lettuce and tartar sauce. The cheese is melted perfectly. I mean, this is a treat. This tastes like it came straight out of the fryer at St. Bernadette's Parish. onto a styrofoam plate just for you. Just a wonderful experience. SS tier. The best one. By a Wisconsin.
What did I tell you? I knew it. I've called all of these except for the Wendy's, and I think the Wendy's, okay, I might be wrong. I haven't gotten the fish sandwich at Wendy's. I'll admit ignorance there. But Popeyes and Culver's, I fucking called that shit.
Mile. Amen. So after some thoughtful consideration and some heavy breathing and sweating, here is my official list for these sandwiches. At the very bottom, we got Burger King. I mean, it was atrocious. Brown lettuce, really bitter tartar sauce. They say I can have it your way. Well, my toilet is going to have my weight on top of it when I'm pooping this out, and it's going to be painful because it was a bad sandwich. It's going to clog up my colon. Up next, number 5 is White Castle. Not the greatest by any means, but for what it was, it's fine. It's a fish stick with a piece of cheese on a bun. And sometimes that's all you need. Number 4 is Wendy's. I expected much better out of Miss Wendy. The breading was fine, but the fish was mostly filler. Everything else about the sandwich was pretty lackluster. Number 3 is the Dairy Queen sandwich. Definitely tastes like something that swam. I was not expecting to like this one as much as I did. For a place that's not known for their food, they really kind of knocked this one out of the park. Still no Filet-O-Fish, but it's up there. Number 2 is the Popeyes Spicy Flounder Sandwich. This one really impressed me. Popeyes really is the leader of the fast food fried sandwich game, and their fish is no exception. Sweet and spicy Cajun sauce with pickles and a brioche bun. A little greasy, but wonderful nonetheless. And finally, number 1, the Holy Grail, the Mac Daddy, the Hail Mary, the Father,
The Mac Daddy, huh? Way of the mackerel.
Son, the Holy Spirit, the Culver's cod sandwich. This thing is absolute perfection. The cod is fresh. It tastes like it came straight out of your grandmother's Dutch oven. It's a wonderful experience. Almost as good as a Catholic basement fish fry. Supersedes the level of fast food fish sandwich. Certified the most Catholic sandwich on this list. Nothing's more Catholic than Wisconsin fish fry, and this sandwich nails it. It's perfect. Mwah, blessed. So if you disagree with my list and want to try it for yourself, please go out and support these giant corporations. There's only 30-something more days left in Lent, so they won't be around much longer. But recent trends show they may not be coming back next Lent either. Fish sandwiches at fast food restaurants are kind of falling to the wayside as many Catholics opt for other fish options like sushi or poke, or even vegan options like Impossible and Beyond Meat. A lot of these fish sandwiches are going the way of the dodo, which is meat technically, and Catholics would not be allowed to eat a dodo if they were still alive during Lent. But honestly, the biggest threat to the fast food fish sandwich is that more and more people in this country are leaving the Catholic Church. A recent data poll showed that 10% of this country's population identify as former Catholics. I mean, what gives? Why are young people leaving the Catholic Church? I mean, what reason would young people, specifically children, want to distance themselves from such a trustworthy institution? Why would you not want to be Catholic? Only the Lord may know the answer to this, but nevertheless, lapsed Catholics are a growing market that need to be tended to in order to keep the fast food fish sandwich alive. Now, if I could offer some free marketing advice to any advertising executives who are listening, it would be this. If you can't make young people stay in the Catholic Church, then make them feel bad for leaving. There's over 33 million lapsed Catholics in this country, and every single one of them has a crushing sense of guilt etched deep into their soul. And even if they left the church for valid reasons, they have to have some warm memories of the Catholic community, right? Like the music, right? Catholic church music is fire. All certified bangers. The Spirit and Song hymnal, 0 skips. Perfect, top to bottom, just mwah. So if you really want to sell your fish sandwiches to lapsed Catholics during Lent, I suggest that you appeal to their crushing sense of shame that they feel every single day, while also playfully riffing on the rich musical tradition of Catholicism. And I have got just this song for you. Well, it's a Friday in Lent, you should be eating some fish. Our cod is Atlantic cod.
Yes!
It's the flavor you remember from the Paris basement. Our cod is
Yes!
Atlantic cod.
Thank
And
you!
the Lord will always love you even though you are a sinner. He died on the cross, but still you chose to leave. You can only make it up to him by eating fish for dinner. And his mercy you shall receive. Our cod is
It's
Atlantic
an awesome
cod.
cod.
It's fried in a batter of beer and served on a pretzel bun. Our cod is Atlantic cod. Our cod is Atlantic cod. It's fried in a batter of beer and served on a pretzel bun. Our cod is Atlantic cod. Try the new Lapsed Catholic Cod special for only $3.16 every Friday at Haggerty's. Thank God.
Wow.
The video is ended. Let us go in peace. Thanks be to you for watching until the end. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and TikTok. What fish sandwich is your favorite? Let us know in the comments. Bye. Go home. Mass is over.
Our cod is Atlantic
Forgive-
cod. It's fried in a batter of beer. Our cod is Atlantic cod. It's fried in a batter of beer. 3:16 on Fridays for Lent. Our cod is Atlantic cod. All right, everybody, you know what time it is. We loved this video, which means we, the lovely imps of the Demon Mama community, are going to go raid with love. This is the opportunity. This is part of our gardening arc. There are 400 people watching right now, and I want to see you all flood over there and say love from Demon Mama and the imps, love from Demon Mama and the imps, praise the mackerel, whatever you want to say. I want you to do that. I'm posting this right now. Bam, bam, bam. Okay? Here's the links for you to go do that. Go on over, leave a like, leave a comment. It takes you 2 seconds to do so. And it will show some appreciation to a very small creator who made something that we all laughed at and enjoyed. That channel is So Far So Good. And the video is I ate every fast food fish sandwich for Lent. And this, of course, this video will be linked in the segment and in the description. There we go. There we go. All right, right now there are 17 comments and 78 likes. So I want to see how many we can do, okay? I want to see it. Are we love rating this guy? Yes, we are. You know we're sending our love. All right, let's see how it's coming along so far. 17 comments. Look at this. Watch this. This will be the Demon Mama effect. Oh, we jumped up to 114 likes and 38 comments. We've already doubled the amount of comments on the video, and we've already added 40 likes to the video. I want to see more. If you enjoyed this video and you enjoyed this react, go give some love to So Far So Good for this great video, and also consider subscribing to me, Demon Mama, because I bring you guys the magic of the internet. You would have never seen this video if it wasn't for me. And of course, a special thanks to my very, very, very good friend, Grime Dango, longtime community member and longtime friend who found this video and recommended it to me so that I could share it all with you. So shout out to Grime Dango. You know Grime Dango. All of you in chat know Grime Dango. Anyway. Our cod is an awesome cod. We're definitely gonna get hit for that, by the way. We're definitely gonna get hit for that, but whatever. The voice boxer with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Demon Mama, healing my religious trauma with laughter. Miracles are all around us. I do my best. Listen, as someone laden with an unfathomable amount of religious trauma, I get it, you know? And stuff like this is magical, okay? It is. It is magical, all right? Yeah, all of the 400 people who stuck around to watch this are really, really, really happy that they stuck around. You see, people who come for the drama, the wise ones who stick around because they smell something good is cooking, they get treats like this one. Oh, we're already up to 58 comments. That's incredible. That's incredible. Oh, I love seeing the imps. I love seeing the imps in the comments. Maybe I wonder if he's done other videos. I bet he's done other videos that we could enjoy.
Forgive me, Father.
Hold on.
For
No,
I have.
Don't play it again. Don't play it again right now. Best bowling trick shots. Some reviews. Every New York tour video. Chicago's best smoker. Okay, so he's got a lot of random stuff here. A lot of movie reviews, it looks like, and top 10 videos. Maybe we'll watch another one of his videos in the future. That video was legendary. I won't lie, that was great. Watch this video of his. Well, we gotta wrap up here soon. I'm getting tired, but okay, it's a 2-minute video. All right, let's do it. We'll do a quick react. Bonus react. Bonus react. Lovely imps. This is a bonus react. We made conservatives their own Bud Light can. Let's do it.
Hi, I'm Brendan Whitworth, CEO of Anheuser-Busch. Recently, we made waves across the internet by partnering Bud Light with famous LGBT influencers on the design of our new Pride-themed beer cans. And I'd like to take a moment to say, we're sorry. We've read your letters, we've seen the video of Kid Rock shooting the cans. We've clearly made a mistake, and for that, I am deeply sorry. Which is why I am proud to introduce to you our brand new design for our beloved Bud Light beer. Introducing Bud Right, a brand new beer from Budweiser, tailor-made specifically for our most fervent and fanatic conservative customers.
Amazing!
We've replaced the rainbows and pronouns of the Pride can designs with more traditional symbols.
Hell yeah, brother! Now that's a beer can I can drink from and then shoot!
Of American culture, like patriotic flags, celebrity endorsements, and even a target on the back. So now it's easier than ever to use our beer cans for target practice. Bud Right is steeped in tradition and brewed with American conservative values in mind, which is why our brewery is powered by precious, dirty American coal. The burners in our brewing tanks are
Love to
fueled
see
by
it.
all of the books that have just been banned
You'll love
by
to see it.
Tennessee high school libraries. And every 12-ounce can of Bud Right is guaranteed to contain 30 genuine liberal tears. At Budweiser, we take pride in connecting our brands with community influencers to better reach our most devout fans, which is why Bud Right is proud to partner with the Proud Boys. Oh, no, not the Pride Boys, no, the Proud Boys. We learned our mistake. It's the perfect beer for watching the big game with your friends, throwing at liberal protesters at the State House, or even a Kid Rock concert. Bud Right is so crisp and refreshing, it'll leave you saying, you know, the Irish were slaves too. We want you to shoot our beer.
That's amazing.
That's right. We want you to buy lots of our beer and shoot it with your gun. Please just buy our beer. Buy tons of this stuff. We're bleeding money over here, guys. Please, just buy the beer.
Okay, that was pretty goddamn good. Listen, it's no beer goggles sketch. It's no conservative dad beer goggles sketch, but it's pretty goddamn good. It's pretty goddamn good. Come on. Hey, Hey, Gayfesh, hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good night at the movies. We've been having a magical night. Gayfesh, you gotta watch the special Cooking Mama segment, Holy Mackerel crossover event that we just did. I'm telling you, you won't regret it. All right? You're not gonna regret it. Oh shit. It looks like Fantano just covered the P. Diddy stuff. Oh shit. Probably about to pop off. Okay, everybody. It is 12:19. We have been going for 5.5 hours. We started late tonight, which means, like I said, it's going to be a little bit of a shorter stream than usual. I have to go. But don't worry, I'm going to be streaming again very soon, okay? We had a lot of fun tonight. You got to admit, it was a great stream. And I want to say thank you all for supporting me. Before I end the stream, I'm going to do one quick thing, which is I'm going to read off the donos, make sure that I didn't miss any. Dank Catlord with the $5. Thank you very, very much. This guy owns all this expensive equipment and their lighting still looks like complete garbage. Oh, wait, I did read that one. I think I've read all of these. Spiral Shock with a tier 2 sub. Wait, I did read that one. I've read all these. Okay, so I didn't miss any subs. I didn't miss any subs or donos. Wow, I'm doing so good. My partner's doing significantly better, Aska. I hope Chariot sees it too. I wanted to play Dark Souls 2 tonight. I'm sorry I don't have the time. Unfortunately, the power outage pushed us significantly later than I wanted. Otherwise, I would have done Dark Souls, but it's gotten a little bit too late, and I need to fix my sleep schedule because I gotta go do physical therapy tomorrow for my goddamn back. Hopefully, they'll help it. But what I want to say is thank you all for watching. Make sure you're subscribed. I'll be back in very shortly. And if you had fun tonight, make sure you tell your friends about the show because I would love to grow this channel. And look at this. It's already 12:30. It's midnight, 21 minutes after midnight, and we still have 350 people viewing. You know what that is? That's fucking growth. The garden is motherfucking growing. DeDurker with the $8. Thank you so much. Good for one Culver's fish sandwich in doing physical therapy tomorrow. I'm doing physical therapy tomorrow for my knee. Hey, we're physical therapy buddies. Bam. Anyway, I hope you all rest well. And remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I got treats coming for you in the near future. Good night for now.